If you've ever woken up to several inches of snow and then been smiling from ear to ear, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. Folks, you also might live in an area where there is snow and really enjoy the holiday season very much like myself. College football playoffs start tonight with IU versus Notre Dame. Gonna pull a cork, enjoy a nice bottle of wine. But before we get there, we have got a market sell-off on our hams on our hands. Cue the markets and turmoil graphics all across the TV stations here today because the market is down. Red arrows across the board here today. We're going to break it down. We're still going to have some fun. And don't forget, red arrows in the morning often mean easy task for us to find relative strength. Let's get it. Hello and good morning, folks. It is great to have a whole bunch of you back. Kringle, Dennis and Joel broke off and are doing their own thing on their own channel. And we're kind of taking over here on this channel. Thanks for joining us. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you and your family. Kayla, welcome back. White Chocolate Mocha, welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, he's ready to go. You know he's ready to go. Drew, welcome back. Drew's always locked in, ready to go. River, Market Sniper, Russ, Bernhard, Jane, conditionally accepted, Paul, Sun-Kissed Yogi, and Wiss. We have the early morning crew out here early in the morning. Absolutely love to see it. I don't know where you folks are located, but man, oh man, I have snow on the brain. Woke up and it was a winter wonderland outside. And I'm happy about that. Chris, good morning. Good to see you. GH, good morning. Good to see you. Okay, so market. Red arrows across the board here today. S&P futures down 0.86%, Dow futures down 0.5%, and NASDAQ down 1.36%. NASDAQ leading the way down here today. Fears of a government shutdown, all of the different stuff with the interest rates and the Fed and all of that stuff really kind of coming to a head. Bitcoin also pulling back. By the way, let's take a look at that. Bitcoin futures here down 2.64% this morning. Woo! We've got a market sell-off on our hands. Now, I got a couple of thoughts about this real quick. Well, let me actually bring the screen on here. Let me actually bring the screen on here. Okay. All right. We'll talk about the SPY. Market Sniper says, hard pass on the white stuff. LOL, Market Sniper. I get it, but I'm talking about the snow that falls from the ceiling. Good morning, Keith. Ceiling sky. Anyway, looking at the SPY here, this is where we're at. So currently, let me actually make sure that this is, currently printing 579.60. In the pre-market here, you could see exactly where we're at. So yesterday, the big story for me, big market happenings for me, if you will, aside from the amazing interviews that we had here in the morning in the pre-market, that was really awesome. But aside from that, the market really just kind of told you what it was doing right out of the open, right? We were stronger in the pre-market. That is to say, we were up off the lows in the pre-market. As soon as the market opened, I think we had one little push up right out of the opening print, and then a big time reversal. Now, the damage that ended up doing on the chart was we actually tried to recapture the 50-day, which is the yellow line here. I have that value at 591.07. We tried to recapture it. We actually did trade above it for a little bit, but we were unable to hold it, and we did not close above it, and lower we go. So we actually rolled over and closed near the lows. Now, it did feel initially like there was going to be a bounce back after the shellacking that we got on Wednesday, but again, that never really materialized. We just kind of rolled over to the low. We still traded 77 million shares of volume. So while that's under the 100 million that we would like to see in a kind of a more busy market, it still was more elevated than the days that we've kind of drifted up or melted up. And it looks like reality is starting to set in. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about the government shutdown. I think a lot of that is just kind of fear manipulation. They shut down non-essential services. We're going to be okay. We've survived other government shutdowns before. If they do that this time, we'll survive this one too. We did have some news about Starbucks baristas going on strike right before the holidays. Looks like Amazon and Starbucks trying to ruffle some feathers with the timing of their strikes and all of that. So lots of stuff kind of weighing on the market. We've talked a lot about some of the macro issues in different countries and all of that as well. And today we find ourselves lower here. Now, I will say, the little guy inside, right, that little like gut feeling that you sometimes have for things, man, it's telling me that we might actually close green today, which seems absurd for me to say, given where we are right here in the pre-market. But man, I just have a feeling like the buy the dippers are not going to go quietly into the night. We had a great comment the other day in the happy hour by Stay Focused, who often joins us here in the morning show. He said, you can't have a Santa rally without a sell-off. And boy, oh boy, it looks like we've got that. So maybe we're going to kind of flush some of that, print all of this bad news in there, get it all kind of baked in, and then maybe drift higher into the new year. We'll see. We'll see. It's early and a lot of stuff for us to cover. Keith asking data at 8:30, right? Yes, we get PCE numbers at 8:30, personal consumer expenditures. So we'll see what that does for the actual market, if it has any effect on the market, where we go from there, all of that stuff. So we do get that at 8:30. Should be sweet. Should be sweet. Okay. We have someone that is at 8:06 p.m. Henke, you must be on the other side of the world. If you don't make it here, have a good evening. We'll catch you another time. Paul saying, buy the dip, baby. AJ Walker, good day and good morning. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, 3D boosting the Santa rally. So that's kind of what, that's kind of what the thought is here. If we really kind of take the elevator down and kind of plunge down here, maybe take out some of these levels, and then maybe trade up from there. Now, I will say that if you take a look at this, let's see, November, here's the election, okay? The top of that bar is 576.84. We are at 579.39. So the Trump bump that some people were saying we got after the election, it was deleted in 3 sessions here. Now, the next part is, where do we go from here, right? Do we actually bounce from here? Do we get that Santa rally? Are we going to see new highs? Are we going to print 610s and do a new market all-time high? All of that is going to be discovered here in the next few weeks. But today, we're going to try and have some fun today. Now, as far as day trades go, like I was mentioning earlier, when you have a market like this, when it's just really weak in the pre-market, now we definitely want to respect the PCE numbers. So I'm not trying to tell you guys to get positions ahead of the data print here in the pre-market. That's not the case. But when we have a market like this, it should be fairly easy to spot relative volume. So for some of these smaller plays that we're going to identify and trade today, ones that are strong, even not even the smaller plays, maybe even some of the bigger stocks, ones that are strong, that's definitely where we want to focus our attention. And it should be much easier to find actual strength versus weakness here today. That's my hope. Fingers crossed. We'll see if that's what plays out. We're going to play the cards that the market deals us. We're not going to wait for a specific hand. Whatever hand we're dealt, we're going to play that. Now let's go ahead and talk about some regular stocks real quickly before I move away from the SPY. The other thing to note here today, U.S. stocks to open lower as traders brace for a triple witching hour. I actually think it's a quad witch today. We'll have to look that up here in a sec. Nonetheless, you have like 6.7 million option contracts expiring today, and that's likely going to cause some, let's call it wacky trading volume, probably around the open and the close. That would be my guess. Ivan here is asking, why don't we short the open? Ivan, because I feel like we've really kind of come down, right? Maybe you will get a push. Maybe you'll get a push down out of that open. I'm gonna wait and see. Like I said, I just kind of have a funny feeling. If I miss a short right out of the open here, I'll find another way to actually get some of those gains. I don't feel great about shorting the open here, only to have us trade down a little bit and then reverse and bounce hard. I don't know if that's the case. Looks like you are running a poll right now, producer. That is amazing. You might have tagged me and told me about it. Nope. Let me know what poll we're running. I love the polls. I want to read those results. I want to participate in those polls as well. Okay, that's what's going on with the SPY here. Analyst says an end of the year recovery would not surprise anyone. Oh, it's 6.6 trillion. did I get, oh my goodness, I got my my unit of measurement wrong there. Keep smiling. What will we do without you? Appreciate you, boss. You the real MVP. It's a lot. It's a lot of options expiring. TLDR. That's basically what's going on here today. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if we bounce. We'll see if we have an absolute bloodbath here today, or if we bounce. I would ask everybody here, just take a deep breath. The sun is going to come up tomorrow. We are almost at Christmas, so don't do anything that you're going to regret in the early part of next year. Play it tactically. Be deliberate, but be thoughtful. Okay, let's talk about some individual stocks. And let's start with Nike here. I know our group likes Nike. And when I say likes, I just mean kind of like likes to trade it. We're active with this. We talk about this stock fairly regularly here on the show. And we definitely have people on both sides of this. Now, Nike had a wild earnings print last night, okay? Obviously, there's a new CEO here. A lot going on, but let's dig in here to what happened with Nike. I'm going to go to an intraday chart here so we can talk about this. You'll see, though, why is it moving here? First of all, Nike's down almost 6.5%, 6 3/10% here. Nike shares trading lower after the company reported Q2 financial results. The stock initially traded higher, but has since rebounded. I think they mean since reversed there. Nike, it was a revenue beat. It was an EPS beat. The shares did jump, but those top and bottom line beats led the stock higher initially and gave everything back during the conference call. And you can actually see that here on the chart. It was a real nice pop. And we're going to actually take a look at those levels because that's really important too. Couldn't really get above that 85. That 85 absolutely seems to be a key level. Okay. Absolutely seems to be a key level. So we'll see what's going on with that. Anyway, they gave it all back during the conference call. Expectations were very low for these earnings. So that's why we rallied initially. Direct sales have declined 13% year over year. Yikes. So the new CEO is really going to have to lay out a clear roadmap to recovery on the conference call. And guess what? That didn't go well, as you could see. CEO said, quote, long road to recovery here. As a result, you'll see Nike here, 72 handle. Now, let's take a look at the daily chart and see what actually happened here. Remember, I was telling you about that $85 level here on Nike. Well, look where the 200-day is. It's at 84.57. When the results came out, we're actually watching this in real time. The price went right to that 84.50 area, stopped there for a good 45 seconds and kind of bounced back and forth, made up its mind, and then shot through it to the upside. Yes, through it to the upside. It looked initially like we were going to recapture that 200-day, and we started looking at the gap fill to this candle here on October 1st. That's at 87 3/4. Then above that, we've got what, 90 3/4, got another high there. And that also lines up very closely with the gap back here on June 27th. So it looked like we had a plan going forward here. Nike maybe got some of this stuff out of the way and higher we go. And oh man, that is not what happened. As soon as they started talking, it was lights out for Nike. We reversed. Now we're down at the level that we really need to hold here. So quick look at some of the metrics here. RSI 32.7. That MACD histogram just rolled over to the new to new lows, excuse me, or to the low end of the histogram graph, and the price now coming down to that $70 to $71 level. So that's really what we need to look out for here. If that breaks, look out. Lower we go. I would really have to say that $60 is going to be your next level down. Okay. $60 is going to be that next level. All right. The poll was, do we finish red or green? Oh yeah. Vote it up in that poll. I can't wait to see what the results are of that poll. That's going to be really sweet. That is going to be really sweet. Okay, so that's kind of what's going on with Nike here. I have no position on this. I'm not necessarily looking to trade this here today. We'll see what happens when the market opens and how it trades. It's also worth noting that we did have a downgrade and a bunch of price target re-ratings here. So Barclays went from 79 to 70. Telsey Advisory Group actually downgraded Nike to market perform and then lowered the price target to 80. Deutsche Bank went from, Deutsche Bank raised the price target to 84 from 82. That might be the outlier here today. Bernstein went to 102 from 109. Bank of America went to 90 from 95. Morgan Stanley went to 74 from 80. Needham reiterated their buy and maintained their $84 price target. And UBS went from 80 to 73. Looks like we had a lot of re-ratings here. So Nike lower. We'll see if it holds that 70 to 71. That's going to be the big support level. If we lose that, $60. But man, oh man, not so great here with Nike. I think this is a longer time horizon on this turnaround story too. That's kind of what we're looking at here. So if you guys played Nike for earnings, hopefully you won on that one. Let's see what the implied move was. Did we have stats on that? Nike options imply a 6.9% move, and we are at 6.1%. So we are pretty much right in line there. We'll see if they get any carry through here on that. And was it option sellers or option buyers that won the day on Nike? The regular session here today will show us that. All right. Next, let's talk about FedEx. That's ticker FDX. Now, we talked about FedEx, kind of previewed this a little bit yesterday. We talked about how this is a barometer for the economy and all of that. And an initial glance here, FedEx popped, went higher here, and it actually held through the after-hour session and into the pre-market session here today. But let's peel back some layers of the onion, shall we? FedEx stock rallies on better than expected Q2 EPS. They spun off their freight segment. So while the spinoff may be good for the stock, which clearly is being rewarded here, the results and lower guide are indicators of economic slowing. And that's kind of what we're seeing here from the Fed as well, right? Hey, maybe we don't need to cut rates as much. Maybe we do need, maybe we want to pause here. Now, if the economy really starts to slow and really starts to go into the tank, they're going to be cutting rates. They're going to be cutting rates. So we'll see. We'll see how this all plays out, and we'll see how the market digests it here. FedEx holding steady here, 7.7% to the upside. I meant to say 7.75%. So it's holding that here. We'll see if we get a trade. Let's take a look at the daily chart and see where we're actually at. We are just shy of $300. So right in here in the 296 handle. We'll see if we can end up testing 300. Also, mind you, we do have a double top, maybe even want to call it a janky triple top, but we do have kind of a double top here at 308 and then another spot there at 313.5 to the upside. If we get anywhere near there, then we can start looking at these all-time highs that are at 320. But I think that's kind of out of the question, at least for right now. The other thing that's really kind of going well for this is technically on the chart, we had a great move. We kind of came up to that 200-day. We did not quite close above it. We closed just beneath it. And then with these earnings here, we're going to gap above that moving average, but we're also going to gap above the 50, the 100, and the 20-day. So if we come in from this level, which we might, if we come in from this level, where does FedEx actually stop? Is it going to be on any one of these moving averages? What's it going to be for FedEx? So that's what's going on here. They're spinning off their freight segment. That's largely why the stock is popped here. We'll see if it gives back any of those gains here today. Andrew is asking, wondering if we can talk about Uber. Yeah, sure. We can talk about Uber. There's actually a number of things going on there. So let me add that to the list when we roll through all of the stocks here. We'll touch on Uber. We'll take a look at it and let me know. Are you trying to set up a trade? Are you in it? Are you just wondering about it? Give me some more context there on what you're trying to accomplish by breaking it down. But yeah, absolutely. In fact, looking at the time here, it's 8:18, 8:19. We actually don't have a whole lot here today. News flow is not that crazy here today. I know the market is red. That looks like just kind of a continuation of what's gone on this week. And then obviously we're really kind of waiting for the PCE numbers, which come out in 11 minutes. So that's really good. You guys are saying that poll is 50-50. Oh, yes, you're absolutely right, Tracy. That is what makes market. Oh, I was really hoping for that. Producer, you have outdone yourself here today. We didn't even discuss that prior to the show, and he went ahead and whipped it up. That's exactly what I want to see. Let's see how that poll finishes. Producer, if you could let me know, how much longer do we have on that poll? That's kind of what I'm interested in at the moment. I want to get as many votes as possible on that, right? I want to get as many votes as possible in that poll. Okay, really good stuff here so far, folks. And as you can tell, I've had quite a bit of coffee here today. The snow's got me energized. The coffee is running me through the finish line. Let's have a good market day here today. All right, next stock here is going to be DJT. We do have some news here. DJT currently trading down just over 3.5% here today. We are actually still above the 200-day. We actually have kind of a convergence right in this area. This looks to be a pretty decent support area. It's support by the former price candles that have been in this area, but we also have the 20-day, the 200-day, and the 50-day all within like 20 cents or 60 cents of each other, right? Yeah, they're real close here. That 200-day and the 50-day are 1 penny apart. 1 penny. So we are definitely at a support area. Remember, we've had some pretty good trend lines on here that tell us where this is actually going. Stock down here a little bit in the pre-market. The news going on with DJT. Trump transfers the entire DJT stake to a revocable trust ahead of the inauguration. I don't really see how this is going to have any effect on the stock. When Trump became president in 2016, he did the same thing to the same trust. With some of those assets, I believe it's controlled by one of the kids. They better stay on good side of the kids, 100 and whatever, million or $1 billion in that. Anyway, that's kind of what's going on here. I don't really know what that's going to do here for the stock. That is news. Stock seems to have a mind of its own. So we'll see if we get some action here in DJT. It really is not going to change the plan for me at all. If I'm going to trade DJT, the plan is going to be technicals. It's not going to really be anything else. We're just going to trade the technicals. So we'll see if we get that. That's what's going on here with DJT. Okay. Next here, we're going to talk about Walmart, ticker WMT. So my Walmart puts that I was trying to short, I think there was, let me actually pull those up here real quick, let you know what those were. Those were the failed puts. I tried the 88 and the 83 put. None of those are going to hit here. Unless Walmart really gets pounded here today, those things are going to expire worthless. That short trade is tough. And you can see that my timing basically off a little bit. Walmart sure seems like it really got tired up here. Now we're getting some selling volume. The market looks like it's going to fall apart. So I wouldn't be surprised if market pulls back here. The 50-day moving average is going to be the target that I'm looking for. I'd call that 87.5. By the time we get down there, it probably bring that moving average up a little bit. So 87.5 looks to be the next target here from Walmart. Did not have enough time on my contracts. Unfortunately, I'm going to get wiped out on that, it looks like. But we'll see. We'll see how Walmart trades here today. The news on Walmart. Walmart founder gives voting power to 8 grandchildren as the Walton family strengthens control over the $345 billion retail empire. So if you've ever been to Arkansas, the Fayetteville area, you know exactly how big Walmart is, how big the Walton family is, and all of that. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Walton's still going to be in control of that. I don't know if this is going to have any effect on the stock, but that's what's going on with Walmart here. I got to say, this thing has felt extended for a long time. Now, I've been on the wrong side of this, obviously saying that this should come back in, and it really just has not cooperated even a little bit. But maybe now is the time, right? Maybe now is the time with the market kind of rolling over here. Chart sure does look like this is a little tired here. RSI has come in a little bit as we've traded sideways, but maybe if we crack, we can actually trade down a little bit here. So that's what it looks like. One other thing that I wanted to mention here, not really news related, although we'll check to see if any other news has come out. Mentioned that Bitcoin's down here. Quick check in. Bitcoin down 2.9% here in the pre-market. You'd imagine MicroStrategy moving to the downside, and you'd be right. MicroStrategy down 5.3% here today. You can see we actually have the 50-day moving average at 317-ish through 316.97. For the most part, 317. Here in the pre-market, we're down 5.3%. We're currently trading at 309. But you'll notice that earlier today, we actually tested the 300 level, right? So even in the pre-market, we actually had some extended volume as the stock came into this $300 level. Well, you know what that means, folks. This is absolutely a key level to the downside here today. Watch those pre-market lows. You also have, obviously, the round number there. So if MicroStrategy breaks that number, I could actually see this coming in a little bit more. We've talked about this trading with Bitcoin. Worth noting that they use their bonds in order to buy more Bitcoin. Some people think it's a Ponzi scheme. It's levered, the whole 9 yards. So this thing not going to trade exactly with Bitcoin. But it is still one of the only ways for some people to get exposure to Bitcoin. So we'll have to see how that calculus shakes out. No position here, just kind of waiting this one out. Let's take a look here at the chart. 309 right in here. Definitely have some more downside here at this gap. This gap starts at right about 296 and then fills to the downside at 278. So we'll see here if this can recapture that 50. Does it break 300? Does it fill this gap to the downside? And also the other thing that we can take a look at, I did adjust my chart a little bit, so I guess I cheated a little bit here. But we do have the makings of kind of a janky head and shoulders here, and it sure looks like MicroStrategy is resolving to the downside. So I didn't take that trade, but if you did, I'd definitely be paying yourself on the way down there on MicroStrategy, MSTR. Okay, Gary, you wanted to talk about the two love handle trade drugs or love handle drugs trade. Anyway, you know what I mean. Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk. We're going to start here with Lilly really quick. Lilly up here 8.35%. You can see exactly where that's taking us to 820. We got the 50-day moving average right there at 821.50. The 200-day is not far above it at 838. And 863 is your 100-day here. So what's going on here? We actually had Novo Nordisk obesity data should be positive for Eli Lilly and Amgen. That is according to UBS. So let's go ahead and take a look then at NVO next here. Now, NVO really having the big move here. Okay, this is why I went to Eli Lilly first. Want to save this one for the end here. Novo Nordisk down 20% here today. The shares are trading lower. The company announced headline results from Redefine 1, a phase 3 trial in the global Redefine program. Looks like that data is not great. Says patients on one of its drugs lost 22.7% of the weight in trial. I guess that was under what they thought. I think they were looking for 25%. Something like that. Anyway, this is obviously hitting Novo Nordisk, and that should be positive for some of the other stocks like we just took a look at there with Eli Lilly. I want to take a look at Amgen and HIMSS. I know we just talked about HIMSS yesterday. Amgen here plus 3.75% in the pre-market, looking pretty good there. Let's take a look at HIMSS. HIMSS down almost 3.5%. Let's see if we can hold on to that 50-day there, 25.38. Okay, let's go back to NVO and let's assess the chart here, Gary. Clean break of the 500. Bang, bang, bang. Down we go. It's probably why we're down 20% here. You can see we came into that 500. We bounced. It did a really good job holding that. We bounced. We traded up to the 50. We tried to get above it. We just didn't have the strength to do that. And when we rolled back over to this 500, you coupled that with some bad news and bang, look out below. So looks like we're trying to fill a gap here on NVO. I've got that gap filled at about $81. Maybe let's call it 80, right? Let's just say next target here, NVO is going to be $80. This level here goes all the way back to August of 2023. So no good. Look at this nice little like staircase up that went from September of 2022 to June of 2024, almost 2 full years in there. And then from June of 2024 to December of 2024, basically removed 3/4 of that move. So NVO, backside of the move, no good here. Broke the 500. Lower we go. We'll see what we get here on NVO. And we'll see if we even get a dead cat bounce on that. Not even sure if we're going to get that. So that's what's going on here. Really good stuff, Gary. Glad that you brought this up. Okay. Saylor says he wants to increase the net asset value, so it might tap the convertible bonds nest rather than the ATM. Okay. That would probably help it, wouldn't it, Jonathan? That would be my read on it. Is anyone having an issue with the time grid on the Thinkorswim chart? Mine shows every candle at 12 a.m. I don't think so. No, my time scale looks okay. I think that's all right. Data will tell all in 2 minutes. I think more downside. Keith, that is what we're waiting on. I was trying to stall. Okay. I'm not going to lie here. I know I'm amped up on coffee here, but I was trying to stall to kind of wait that data out here. We will take a look here. Let me actually bring up the SPY. We'll look inside We'll actually watch the reaction here together. We are looking at 15 seconds-ish until that data comes out. Oh, we're going to run that poll to the market open. Awesome for those of you that voted earlier. What are you using for your news research? We're using Benzinga Pro here, boss. This is a Benzinga channel. We're going to use our flagship product, Benzinga Pro, of course. Of course. Okay. And then Andrew, this was about your Uber trade, right? So you're looking to get into a long trade. So no position as of right now. Okay, good stuff. Being that 2024 is almost at an end, there's a decent chance that Uber comeback, not being naggy, just adding clarity. Thank you. You're welcome. We will take a look at Uber here, but let's see how the PCE data ends up coming in. Here. SPY looks like it's popping here a little bit. I would imagine we'll get that up here as soon as we can. Let me close this. Here we go. USA core PCA price index month over month for November, 1/10 versus the 2-cent estimate. The 2% estimate. Prior read was 3/10, so that is a little light on that number. USA core PCE price index year over year for November, 2.8 versus the 2.9 estimate. Also a little bit light there. The prior read was 2.8. USA PCE price index month over month for November, 0.1 versus the 0.2 estimate. Personal spending month over month for November, 0.4 versus the 0.5 estimate. Okay, SPY is popping a little bit on that. Maybe the consumer is starting to tighten up and spend a little bit less. That would signal that maybe that would help inflation. Maybe that's what's bringing the market up here. Reaction looks a little bit muted so far, but it is trading up. So looks like we were right at about 579.40 on the SPY, and we're currently at 581.40 on the SPY. So it looks like trading up here by about 2 points. Look, the reaction, it's early in the reaction. We still got, an hour before the market opens, and then we really want to see what happens on that opening print. But there you go with the data. Initial reaction, positive. Who voted for closing green on that? I just had a feeling. It's, sometimes you get that feeling in your stomach and you're like, I can't really explain it. I can't really give you all of the different inputs, but I feel like something is going to happen. That's what I had here this morning. That's what I'm going to go with. We'll see. If I'm wrong, wouldn't be the first time, and it won't be the last time. That's for sure. Okay. Trump tariffs and spending are killing the market. Well, that was kind of the thought, right? Like it sure seems like the US and some of the other global economies, they kind of want to wait. They kind of want to see what plays out with these tariffs. Trump used tariffs as a negotiating tactic in his last term. It did not spell the end of the world. It's not going to do that again. In fact, when the Biden administration took over, they left those tariffs on and in some cases increased those tariffs. So clearly that's not going to be, the world's not going to end because of the tariffs, but you're right to kind of watch and see how the market digests that. I think that's kind of what we're going on right now. And then the overspending, absolutely. That is absolutely contributing to inflation. So it's nice to see some of these numbers a little soft. And we'll see where we end up going. Eugene is saying Santa sell-off. So that's kind of like the thing that we're looking at, or the thing that we've been talking about. It's one of the things that Happy Hour has been discussing. Does the sell-off ahead of Christmas, does that set us up for the Santa Claus rally? Remember, we closed the books on that discussion yesterday with Jeff Hirsch, who was telling us the person that invented it, his dad, Yale Hirsch, said, it's the last 5 days of the trading, last 5 trading days of the year, plus the first 2 trading days of the next year. So we sold off ahead of it. We really kind of reset some of that. Let's see if the buy the dippers and the bulls step in here and give us the Santa rally that we're looking for. Let's see if we get that. I'm excited. I don't know about you folks, but I'm excited here. Okay. Okay, that's I will handle that later. Sorry about that. Getting distracted here with work stuff. All right. So that's it for some of the bigger stuff. Let's see if there's anything that's worth taking a look at. Let's take a look at Tesla. I know that's been a huge trader for us. Tesla was, here we go. So Tesla was weaker here in the pre-market. We are up off the lows. If you're starting with the eggnog early here today, go ahead and take a sip here as we are up off the lows. 15 points, 16 points. Up off the lows here. Man, Tesla, that thing just whips around here. So good reaction here on Tesla. Let's take a look at some of the other mega cap names that are here. Apple, this is also trading up. Giddy up. Let's see. NVIDIA, Boom, ripping off the bottom here. So the initial reaction here, definitely a positive one for the market. And these stocks seem to be responding positively to it. That is awesome. That's what we want to see too. Okay, Santa is coming to town. Bye. Hey, so I mean, let's see. You know, I not to throw another monkey wrench into this, but I did see a tweet from early this morning from our good old friend Jim Cramer that said these government shutdown fiascos, I guess we could call them, they're buy events, they're not sell events. So again, it'll be interesting to see if this marks the bottom or if we just have a Friday reversal on our hands here. By the way, MicroStrategy also coming up off the bottom. All of these big ones. We just took a look at MicroStrategy. I told you it was testing 300. When we looked at it, it was 309. Now we're at 320. So all of this stuff responding. Bitcoin futures, that was minus 2.8% earlier. It's only minus 1.2% now. Everything, green arrows across the board here after that data print. Can it hold? Is going to be the question. Can it hold? Do we have a repeat of yesterday where maybe we have a little bit of optimism right around the open, only to return to the lows and close down there? We shall see. But man, oh man, I'm excited. This is going to be a good day. And every time I look to my right and I look outside and see the entire world covered in a nice fluffy layer of snow, man, I get even happier. We're going to have positive vibes rolling all day here, folks. I hope that you're ready for that. MicroStrategy through 320, 322 now. Oh, it's starting to go. Okay, let's talk about Uber. Andrew wanted to, did I get your name right? Let me make sure. Yes, Andrew wanted to talk about Uber. Let's take a look here. So Andrew, it sounds to me like you're looking for a long position. So I would interpret that as you're looking for a good entry. Well, let's break it down like a fraction, boss. First of all, let's take a look and see if there's any news here that we need to be made aware of. Not really. These are all partner links. So these are going to be articles that were written, not necessarily breaking news. Don't really see anything there that is fresh. Okay, so we're pretty good there. Take a look at short interest, negligible here, just under 3%, 3 days to cover, no possible chance of a squeeze. Really no notable insider transactions on Uber. We do have Jill here selling 19.2%. Says C remarks, I bet that was a forced thing. That was back in November. I don't really think that there's many reasons to sell. As Tim Melvin has told us here, there's only one reason to buy. I don't really think this tells us much here. And then let's see. Okay, pretty good volume here for the pre-market. Okay, let me check in on some analyst ratings here real fast. Okay, so we've got Cantor at 90. We have a JPM 95, Tigris 103, Loop 86, Davidson 84, Wells Fargo 90, RBC Capital 82, and Truist 95. Those are going to be a lot of the recent analyst reports here on Uber. So Uber trading at a substantial discount to some of those price targets here. In fact, you can see that this represents anywhere between a 30 to a 70% upside on Uber. So, okay, if you're going to follow analysts, if you're going to listen to analysts who they do their homework, not the worst people in the world to kind of start off with when it comes to a new position here, there is absolutely double-digit upside to any of these price targets. I mean, 30 to 70%. I mean, looks like we're definitely setting up for the right thing here with respect to what the analysts think. Sorry, easy for me to say. Now let's take a look at the chart. House to home, asking if Uber is making money. Well, let's take a look here. Yes, they are cash flow positive here. Let's take a look at that recent earnings here real fast. I got a faster way to do this, I think. And there's all the re-ratings. We're coming into it. Yep, they are making money, and they look like they're doing pretty good. Okay, let's go back to the chart. Let's assess where we're at here, okay? Let's assess where we're at here. First of all, holding right here at about this $60 round level. You know what we say about round levels. They often provide some type of support or resistance, if only temporary. We do have a gap fill here to the downside that fills at 58.5. Okay, see if we get that. We do have the 50-day here, or excuse me, 50-day, the 500-day, I beg your pardon, here at 56. So I actually think, we're going to set up a trade here together. We're going to set up a potential long trade here together, Andrew, because I actually think we've got some pretty good support in here between this 56 to 60 range. Sure looks like that. So let's say that holds, right? Let's say given that holds, let's go ahead and draw a long. We're going to make the long exactly $60 here, or yep, so 59.57, and we're going to set our stop a little bit below that 500-day, and we're going to be looking for a little bit above on some of these moving averages here. So far with these targets, okay, we're looking at a upside target of about 72 and change, a downside stop target at about 55. This gives us a 2.6 risk to reward from right where we're at right now. Okay, so this is just to my eye here, if you were just saying that you were looking for a long, so I don't know what your time horizon is here. I can't instruct you on that. I also have no idea what your risk profile is, so I certainly can't do that. You're going to have to figure that one out on your own. But as far as the actual setup here on Uber, I think if the selling here is done or kind of abates for even a little bit, you have a fairly decent trade setup here. Also worth noting, RSI oversold here at 29.01. So you actually might just get an RSI bounce here. I'll be honest, I kind of like this. I kind of like this here. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take. So you're going to have to decide whether or not you want to use options in order to capture this or stock. But again, the only thing that I can really recommend to you, define your risk, right? So if you're going to use options, you're going to define your risk ahead of opening the trade. If you're going to use shares, make sure you have a stop figured out, your max pain tolerance figured out before you start thinking about profits. And if you're looking for this for the long term here, I think one of the strategies that you might benefit from, given that there's still some uncertainty for 2025, if this trades up at all, maybe pay yourself on some of that and hold a trailer here. Let me see if I get your name right here. SFL Trades. I'm going to call you Southern Florida Trades. I'm probably wrong on that, but that's what I'm going to go with here. It's consolidating indeed. And that consolidation is what we want to see, right? We want to see it consolidate here, maybe bring some of that stuff in a little bit and then pop here. Honestly, Andrew, I kind of like where we're at here on the chart. I kind of like this. I kind of like this setup. I'm going to go ahead and leave this hypothetical long position here on the chart. We'll see what happens. Worth noting, not that past results are indicative of future performance, but it's worth noting that when we did this on Micron, dude, it worked out to a T. It worked out to a T. We were basically looking at price level moving averages, and bang, we had that move through the 50-day up to the 200-day, and then the thing sold off there. So the last time that we did this here, it worked. We'll see if it works here again on Uber. Andrew, I appreciate you bringing this here. I hope that you found that helpful to you. Now, Micron here, after this trade, we talked to Paul Meeks about this yesterday. Remember, he said, stay away. This could actually bleed into some other tech names here. Micron selling right off to that 500-day. So far, it's held. We'll see if that continues to hold there. Really good stuff here, folks. Really good stuff here this morning. Okay. Nice. Thanks for the trade. Hit that like button. Yeah, appreciate you. Folks, that's just a reminder here. I know I'm super caffeinated and super excited because of all of the snow outside here. But remember, you can help us. You can support us at no cost by simply hitting that like and subscribe button and tell your friends. We like to have fun here. We like to make money, but we also like to have fun. We like to keep it light. We keep it cash, as they say in this show here. Okay. If Uber comes down a little bit more as an investor, it's a buy. Totally. I mean, look, man, that 500, what did it do the last time? Okay, so we've actually never interacted with the 500-day, but the last two times that we've traded towards the 500-day, both times that represented a really good buying opportunity and a very healthy bounce. And we're hoping we see the exact same thing here. Okay. Fun and money is what we're all about here. Could not agree more, producer. Can you name stuff better than that? I'll start coffee, but besides that, Let's keep rolling here. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring on 13 here. Enough of me rambling. Let's go ahead and bring us back down to earth. 13, save us from the craziness and the over caffeination that I currently have going on right now. And you're muted. Oh, unless you were just taking a sip of your.
No, get ready. I'm joining you.
Oh, let's go. Let's go, baby. That's what I wanted to hear. 13, all gas, no brakes. Okay. 13, I did break down some of the news stories, earnings from last night, most notably Nike and FedEx. If you want to talk about either of those, we're absolutely welcome to. Those are probably two of the biggest things here in the market. We broke down the news. We talked about all that stuff. We did the PCE. We did the data print here today. Maybe we want to start with that. What are you thinking? Where do you want to start? How about that? You lead.
Yeah, I don't know if really we need to go over Nike or FedEx. I mean, the big thing with FedEx is being that they're spinning off their FedEx freight business.
Yep.
I think that's the only reason why it was even up in the after hours. I haven't seen what it was doing this morning. I'm more interested in UPS and FedEx. So to me, I couldn't care less what it does. But it was a good indicator of where the economy could be headed. If and the sales and EPS were a little bit lower than I think were expected. So, or at least the sales were. So I think that may be an indication that we are seeing a little bit of consumer tightening, like I think you said with the PCE print. So that's really all I've got for FedEx and Nike. This is something that I'm just continuing to buy as it drops. I like this longer term. I know that there's a lot of companies out there getting eating Nike's lunch, and that's fine. I think Nike's such a big company that it'll get turned around. I think I didn't check to see what the CEO had said, but apparently it didn't do too well with investors. But that's fine. I think he's going to need some more time anyway. I think he's only been in there for a quarter.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And really quickly here, just to give that to you. No, let's see. I had that quote somewhere. Right here. Nike shares fall. New CEO warns of, quote, long road to recovery. So you are right on there with that taking some more time. That the CEO confirmed it for you.
Yeah. So the big thing that we need to hear from him is kind of like some clarity on the road to recovery. I don't know. I didn't read the transcript yet or listen to the conference call, but that I'll check that out later for some clues. But in there is what investors were looking for, because I don't think the print was as exciting as what they wanted to hear out of his mouth. So long road ahead for Nike.
Yep,
that's fine. That's probably how it's going to be for a lot of stocks in the future.
I think there was a question here. Sorry to cut in there,
Sure.
But I think there was a question here about Nike levels. Yes, we did. Diamond Hotline at it again here. Good morning, Diamond. It's great to see you back. Ryan, you said the next support on Nike is 60, but could be 67.50. No, that's not what I said. I said that the next level down here that we're really waiting out, the really key level, is actually not a fixed point, but more of a range. It is between 70 and 71. We're right at a level here. Let's call it 72.5, or we were right at a level here earlier today at 72.5, the recent low from November 20th. But the big area here where we put in a triple bottom here, that's going to be that area between 70 and 71. That's your next downside support. Now, what I said in terms of the 60, the reason that you had that is because if we snap that support, you can see that the COVID low marked $60 almost exactly. And so that would be another one of our downside levels there on Nike. I also mentioned that this previous low that we had here, for this is what? December of 2018. You remember that? December of 2018, that was the bloody Christmas. I remember that. That here is at about 67.5. So that's where I got those levels. Next one, 70 to 71. That's the key one. If that breaks, you have an older one here from 2018 at 67.50, and then one at 60. 13, you got any levels for Diamond Hotline here?
Well, there's an interesting trend line that I've got drawn here. That'd be the next level I'd be interested in seeing if it holds. And then there's another one, downtrend line, that I could also show you as well. But let's see what this trend line that I have here that is going to provide the next support does. And if you want to draw that yourself, you can start with the pandemic lows in March of 2020 and draw it up through the low of August this year, and then just keep going.
Is that going to be right in here?
Yep. So
Boom.
That's the first one that I'm watching for.
Okay.
Pretty easy, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, honestly, it looks like you and I are kind of looking at the same levels here, and we're doing that by looking at previous levels, frankly. So, okay, really good stuff here. Diamond Hotline, let me know if this was helpful for you, or if this is what you were looking for. Love the energy. Always love your look. You know what? We're in good luck. We're in a good time because when it snows, Ryan's energy level goes up. And if Ryan couples that with coffee, it's good times, folks. It's good times. Good morning, Lion. And good morning, Chris.
And good morning, everybody saying good morning to me.
Yeah, and good morning. Just good morning to everybody. It's a good morning. It's Friday. Friday feels we're almost at Mice Down Drinks Up time. We have one more day to make some money here.
As far as PCE goes, I don't know about this. I know that the market was reacting positively to this print because I think it was beneath or not the expectations that analysts were having. But when you look at PCE, especially core PCE over time, we're still kind of in a bit of an uptrend here with inflation coming back. You had the low print in June, and then since then it's been creeping up. Got 2.7 from July to September, and now 2.8 from October, and now November. So to me, that's a little bit of an indication of a trend that we're seeing inflation trickle back up very, very slowly. So I don't necessarily believe that that's great news for the market, but the fact that it isn't just coming roaring back is probably why it's the market's taking it so positively.
Okay. All right. Really good stuff. So a couple of things here that I had said early before you got on here. I actually did throw it in the happy hour chat, so you might have actually already seen it. When I woke up and I came to my terminal and it was early, the sun wasn't even really up yet, and I'm looking at these arrows here and I'm like, God, I have like that feeling in the pit of my stomach that we might actually close green today. And I had to take a step back, be like, Ryan, are you crazy? Are you starting the weekend early and inebriated at 5 o'clock in the morning? That's ridiculous. But so far we've come up off the lows and we had a data point supporting it. So it should be a good day. We'll see where we end up going. And then we started a poll. Here. Do we close green or do we close red? And the last check-in on that poll was that it was 50-50, which is awesome. It's exactly what we wanted to see here because that's what makes a market, as Tracy told us earlier. So really, really good stuff. We'll see how we finish there. We're going to continue to run that poll right up to the open, and we'll give you those results shortly after that.
Did you see in the pre-market that I believe we went down to the pullback level?
Yes. So I actually have that noted here. So in the pre-market here, we pulled back to 578. Now the level that you're talking about, I saved those. Hang on. We're testing me. I saved those. I have 578.62 as your 5% pullback level that you gave out. So we did pull back to that 5%. For context here, a 10% correction would be 548. So what do you make of that? You think maybe that is also kind of impetus to bounce here?
Yeah, I think that the pullback, correction, and even bear market levels are going to be potential bounce levels. I just don't think that they're going to hold up for too long. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when we open. But so far, we are getting a bounce off of 5%. And I still think this market needs to go through a correction so that we can continue to go higher in 2025. But we're gonna have to endure a little bit more pain, and I don't think that we've done that yet. So. So for as far as today goes, I could see maybe us possibly closing in green. I'm not super confident we will, but let's say that we get a green day, even though it probably will close, let's say lower than yesterday's close. Let's say that's a possibility. Even if we start to trickle back up, into the holiday, I feel like we're going to end up getting pulled down either before the holiday or after, and we'll end up closing lower than today. Maybe even get closer to the 10% level before the year's end. But I feel like this might just be a short-term bounce.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like I said, I mean, it could go either way. I don't feel totally confident on it, but you know what? The little man inside, that little man is, if you've ever seen Double Indemnity, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That little man inside, you got to listen to him sometimes. All right. Voodoo here saying 35% down would make for a healthy market. Boy, Voodoo, all gas, no brakes to the downside there. There'd be people jumping out of windows at that 35%. Now, I don't disagree with you. That would reset things and make things healthier. But man, oh man, that action would be scaring people.
Well, here's something that I don't know if everybody's going to like to hear, but it's something that I'm very much considering doing. Anything that's bouncing today and is having a good run, I think I'm going to probably end up selling.
You mean longs that you hold that bounce today?
Trades, swings, anything that I've got in my trading account, maybe even some in my long-term account that's still positive that's bouncing today. Yeah, I may close or take profit on some of these positions just because I still believe that we're going to be getting some more downside. I don't think 5% is enough.
Yeah.
To keep this bull run going, but we get a 10% or more correction, then I think we're going to have a bull market for another year or two.
Okay, and I went ahead and threw those levels there in the chat. The 5% pullback level, the 10% correction level, the 15% correction level, and the 20% bear market level. I realized that probably came out a little tough there because it was formatted a little bit differently. I apologize for that, but you mark the numbers down, make it look any nice way that you can. You understand what I'm saying. Oh, and by the way, for a trade, speaking of those short-term trades, you talk a lot about Lockheed Martin. We've talked about this together in several of our shows here. Yep. I actually took this yesterday. Looks like 500 day moving average, totally oversold here. This thing has been just getting absolutely pounded. So I actually took a very small, I almost want to call this a lotto trade, right? It's not a YOLO, but this is almost more like a lotto trade here. I took the 485 calls that expire today. I took those yesterday. So I'm hoping for a bounce right here. If I get any type of gain on those, I will sell them. I did not spend a lot. If they go to zero, so be it. They go to zero. But I'm just trying here for a bounce on ticker LMT Lockheed Martin.
So I think that when we've talked about this, it's because this thing has just been absolutely hammered, and it has got to bounce at some point here. I think pretty soon, like for the purpose of your trade, I think the bounce may be coming soon. After that bounce, I still think we go lower.
Okay, well, to be fair here, if for my trade specifically, and I'm not advising other people follow me into this. I'm just telling you what I'm doing here. This has to work today. These contracts expire today. So
I think I think it's a good trade. It's just, man, look at the RSI on this thing on the daily.
Exactly.
It's so oversold.
Dude, exactly, dude. And so here's the other thing. So sometimes we talk about like zero DTE stuff. Let me explain some of my strategy here. One of the things that I've been struggling with is I really want, especially with some of these option trades, because options can really get juiced. I want to have some really good gains. So I've been buying contracts with enough time to really kind of hold some of that premium together so that if the trade ends up working, I'm going to have some pretty good profit. We tried this on McDonald's, right? I had told you guys about this. Tom, I think you followed me into this one. Tom, I'm sorry. We got absolutely wiped out here on McDonald's. We did not get the inverse head and shoulders pattern to work here. And then we had obviously the FOMC thing with pretty much shot this. I still have these contracts because they expire in January. So we'll see if they somehow undertaker and come back from the dead. But one of the things that I did here is I was looking for kind of a short-term move here that we ended up not getting. But because I gave myself more premium by buying a January contract. Well, with the Lockheed Martin trade, I wanted to do this the exact opposite. I said, you know what? I don't want to hold this. So if I take a short-dated call and the thing works, sell it. I have to sell it. I don't want to exercise these. I have to sell it today. I kind of forced my own hand by choosing that particular contract. The other benefit of that is they were quite cheap, right? I think what I end up paying for those? $1.35. I mean, that's nothing for some of these contracts can be double digits. So I basically structured the trade in such a way where I'm forcing myself to close this today if I get any types of gains. Okay, real quick here, let's roll through the chat here. Kip saying, I think we sell off at the open. There's fear. Now, Kip, you are absolutely right, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's what we get. I'm trying to make a contrarian call here. Okay, the true bottom comes when Trump takes office. We'll see on that, James, because we might actually, one of the things that we've been talking about is a potential sell-off around the inauguration, but also the bigger leg of that sell-off after Q1. So we'll see how some of that spits out. Yeah, 13, what did you have there?
Oh, I was just going to ask if you wanted to start doing those movers.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. Let's move over to the mover chart. I haven't covered any of these yet here today. We're going to start here with the first one, MYS MYSZ here. I do have, oops, let me go back to my notes here from today. Okay, MYSD, I don't see any news here at all. No fresh news at all. Stacks up 329%. It's got a little bit of short interest, but fairly negligible. Nothing really notable on the insider transactions. This is a US-based technology company that focuses on the development of an application that assists the consumer to accurately take measurements of his or her own body to fit clothing. Okay, so this is like what M. Taylor uses, right? The app.
Oh, I've never used the M. Taylor app, but sounds like it might be.
Yeah, it's like they take pictures of you and then they size the jeans and the clothes appropriately. Seen commercials for it. Don't have any experience, but that's what's going on here. Did you cover this one?
I did. Didn't see any news, and I didn't dig deep enough to see if there's a reason why this is moving today. I have suspicions, but I don't know if they're founded. But let's not even worry about that. Let's worry about the fact that it is moving. Excuse me. So the company does have 1.15 million shares in the float, so it is very, very small, and this will be very easy to move. They did a 1-for-8 reverse split earlier this year on the 23rd of April. The big thing that I'm concerned about is that they have about a quarter of cash, but they're going to need to raise. So this one is one of those that are at risk of needing to make an offering or do some kind of private placement, something in order to get the cash in the bank, because they do not seem to have it. Okay. Interesting, that it's a company that's making apps that you take a picture of yourself, it sizes you, and you send that off. Don't know if I want that kind of information on the internet, but that's just me.
I'm with you on that.
So that's the deal I have here with My Size Inc. Should be able to get some good trades out of this. Let me see what we have here in my broker as far as levels go. Let's see, MYSC. Still, we're above the VWAP, kind of holding that. We've actually been holding VWAP pretty well all morning. So yeah. we start to lose that, then I think that we're going to be at risk of seeing more downside. So let's see what we get closer to the open. As long as we hold VWAP, there's some still have a chance for this to go back up and try for 7 again. You can see that 680 has been kind of like the big resistance area with one pop getting up to 701. But 680 for me is going to probably be maybe 675. Somewhere in there, it's going to be the big area of resistance that I want to see this push through if we do bounce and move away from VWAP to the upside.
Okay, Market Sniper here saying that MACD just crossed again, and you've got buyers in that 530, 540 area. So we'll see if we hold that. Currently at 565, VWAP at 484. All right, next on the list here, one of these Indian companies that we've traded here before. This is ticker LYT. Big move here today on LYT. Grats to anyone that was still holding that from the happy hour show when we talked about this, almost, I want to say 6 or 7 months ago when we started talking about LYT. Take a look here. I don't see any news here on LYT. Looks like just kind of a pump job, maybe. I don't know. Up 166% here. Short interest, 3.9%. Not really a whole lot. No insider transactions of note. Balance sheet, they got barely any cash here. What do you think of this one? What do you think of LYT here?
I feel like with no news or anything to really indicate why we are getting some movement, I feel like this was just kind of searched around for, and somebody's found it and said, hey, look at that. This has a float of less than 620,000 shares. Let's see if we can pump this thing up. So I think that's what's happening here is somewhere somebody decided just to get this thing going because of how low the float is. They did do a reverse split of 1 for 60 back in February on the 23rd. I don't have really any read on their income, but according to their balance sheet, it looks like they're going to need cash. So here's another one that's going to possibly make some really good moves, but is also at risk of making an offering. So they're going to need to raise cash. Very low float, should move really well. But let's not hold this one in MYSZ for too long, because they seem to be the kind that might need to raise cash pretty soon. Did we lose you, Ryan?
No, I was just on mute. Sorry. Okay. I was answering the question here from Conditionally Accepted saying, is it US based? No, it's India. Content streaming and telecasting services to users located all across India. So it's an Indian company here. Okay. And it actually just lost the VWAP, tried to test it, couldn't get it. We'll see what ends up happening. Okay, Helios Medical Tech. I know we've traded this one before. HSDT. This has been another one that we've traded right off the relative volume scanner. Thing was a penny stock yesterday. Tested at 180 here in the pre-market. No news. Seems just kind of like a random runner here. I'll do a quick look around the horn here for you. I'm not sure if you covered this 113. 2.4% of the float shorted. There were some. Oh, nope. Those were from 2023. Scratch that. Company does have a little bit of cash, but it still burns cash. So at some point here, it's going to need to figure something out. Nice little pop here. Wouldn't be shocked if they did an offering. You got anything on this one?
Didn't really cover this one. Just looking at the splits, nothing recent. They did a couple, one in 23 and one in 21. So nothing this year. Secondary offerings, haven't seen anything since 22. So yeah, I don't have any real read on this. Don't even know the reason it's going. And because it was, when I was looking at it earlier this morning, it went back under $1. So I was like, maybe not. So don't know what we'll get out of this one. Let me just take a look here on my broker, see what I've got in terms of levels, if I can find anything, or if this is even interesting enough to trade. So I'll say this: if we can see the price recapture VWAP and hold that into the open, this could try to push up into the pre-market highs, which is about 179, 180. So I think the big indicator for this one, if we're going to get a trade out of this at all this morning, is that VWAP recapture.
Okay, and we're right there. So that makes total sense to me. We'll see if we end up getting that. Okay, next one here. This was the biggest mover. This one is actually, I think this is going to be in play here today, and we actually have a catalyst here, thankfully. This is ticker HUMA, Hotel Uniform Mary Alpha. This is Humacyte. Humacyte shares trading higher after the company announced FDA approval for one of its drugs for treating extremity vascular injuries. H.C. Wainwright and Company raised its price target on the stock from 12 to 15. You can see Huma was 350 yesterday. This thing popped to 650 here today, retraced about 70% of that move, and has now grinded back towards the highs on expanding volume here in the pre-market. This, to me, we're going to get into whatever else you want to get into here on this, but the reality here is the volume tells the story on this name, and I expect that to absolutely be the case here in the regular session. This stock highly shorted here, 20+% of the float shorted, 6.89 days to cover on this as well. We did have some insider buying recently. Okay. Insider buying recently. It looks like one of the directors bought, I guess this was only 20 grand worth of stock here, but recently bought on the open market. There's only one reason you do that, folks, and that's because the stock is going north. We talked a little bit about some of the analyst ratings here. Stock's got 100 million shares in the floats. It's not one of these low floaters that we like to trade. Take a look at some of those analyst ratings. I told you about the H.C. Wainwright price target at 15, DeBoral Capital, not even familiar with who they are. They got a price target at 25. About does it for your analyst ratings that are fresh. What do you got on this one? HUMA 13.
Yep, like the FDA approval, like the price target raise. You remember earlier, I think it was last week, we had one that had submitted an FDA application. Well, this is the result of when you submit an application, it gets, it can get approved. This is approval. So now this company can bring their drug to market. How are they going to do that? Well, in my opinion, not with the cash they have on hand. I think they're going to have to raise as well. So here we go, 3 for 3. All companies that have some really questionable cash positions that are at risk of needing to raise money. So I'm just saying that because I don't want anybody to think that they need to hold these or to, kind of maybe swing these. There's a risk here of doing that because if they decide they want to raise cash intraday or after the market closes or whenever, you could get trapped in these. So I just would say, let's see if we get a trade set up. We'll get in, we'll get out. We'll say thank you very much and have a good weekend. The 99 million shares, that's the big concern for me as well. A little bit heavier than we'd like, but because it has a 20% short interest with a lot of days to cover, we could see a good squeeze happen here as well. Aside from that, the only other concern I had was that it had negative equity on their balance sheet. So that was just lending more to the idea that they're going to need to raise money and they're going to have to do it soon. So 3 companies, 3 for 3, all need to raise cash. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Merry effing Christmas. Absolutely. Real quick here, Learn with Moses saying, is the poll widget a new thing? As a matter of fact, it is. And we're going to exploit that and continue to run polls here all day and night. All right. Let's talk about the next mover here that we have, NVNI. This is one from yesterday. This thing was an absolute halt fest yesterday. And in the after hours, we popped and we have a fairly nasty sawtooth pattern going on here in the after hours. And again, here in the pre-market, we are just now on volume recapturing that VWAP here on NVNI. Let's see. I don't have anything fresh in terms of news here. 13, based on what you were just saying there about some of our stocks, I'm just going to skip right ahead to the to this company's financials. And let's see, balance sheet here. This does have some cash on hand, and it looks like they're cash flowing positive, or at least they were last year. Don't have anything on a quarterly basis, but do have some here on an annually basis. So, all right, we'll see here what happens. Maybe they don't need to raise here. No, pretty much no short interest to note. At least not that I see here. Nothing on the insiders. And again, that float under 10 million at 8.7 million here. Do you have anything on NVNI? I know we kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday. There's really not a whole lot going on.
Well, for some reason, I can't seem to get the financials that come up on this one for me. But let's.
If you change it to annual, do they populate for you?
Let's see if that happens.
Because I can't get I can't get it to populate on quarterly, but I can get it to populate on annual. It might just be how they report things.
I was just trying to look and see what their income statement was, and okay, so in 2022, the 12 months ending 2022, they lost 114 million. So I don't have a read on 2023 for that. The thing that's interesting to me is that this was a big mover yesterday.
Yeah.
Why didn't we trade this one?
Oh, we did.
Oh, okay.
Nope. So first of all, this didn't start right out of the open. So we actually had targets on other things, but there were several chat members. I can't remember exactly. So if I forget you, it's not intentional. There's a lot going on. Remind me if you talked about this. I'm pretty sure Wiss was on this. I'm pretty sure Wiss was mentioning this a number of times. There might have been more of you out there. I'm sorry if I can't remember. Please go ahead and correct me. But there were several chat members that were on this yesterday.
All right. So they did really well then. And it looks like we're continuing to move up on relative volume. This is going to be our second relative volume day. And because we are very extended on the RSI, I don't know that we're going to see the same kind of movement that we got yesterday. We could end up we'll probably end up with a red day on this one. I would expect that, but again, that's just what I would, my expectation based off these technical reads. So high RSI, I would think this has to come down. Maybe it squeezes a little bit more, extends a little bit more, but ultimately I think we're going to see this one come in. That's just me though. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know anything about this company or why it's even moving like it is. But after, 2 big volume days, and here we are with a third, I don't feel like we're going to get that continuation like we got yesterday.
Okay, no problem, man. Make a call. No one's going to hold that against you here. Really good stuff. Brian is asking real quick, what was the MU medical ticker again? Sorry, I just got to the computer. You can stuff your sorries in a sack, mister. That does it's totally fine. There was nothing MU, maybe HUMA
or MYSZ. That's
or MYSZ. Yeah, the only two things that I could think would match what you're asking are Humasite, which does have a UM in it, not an MU. Maybe reverse that there. Humasite, really quickly, you had also specified a medical ticker. Humasite here is developing disruptive technology platform to deliver universally implantable bioengineered human tissue. That's it? Okay, Huma, you got it. Okay, we got to the bottom of that. Good stuff there. Okay, next here is really quickly before I go to the next mover here, I wanted to highlight this. Good morning, Jay Rice. Great to see you here. I know with you being in Arizona, you're not enjoying the snow that I'm enjoying, but that's okay. Market should be ripping on PCE. Oh, give it to me, folks. Calling a green close early prior to 6 a.m. And now we're getting some other sharp people maybe kind of going towards that way. Not because of the government shutdown. There's a possible deal over the weekend and a gap up. Still need the dollar to stop going up. Yeah, there's the whole government shutdown thing. Like we've been saying, the government's been shut down before. This is not really a big deal. There could be any number of ways out of this. To me, this seems like a buy event. We'll see here. But Jay, good to hear. Please vote in the poll. We have a poll running right now. Do we close green or do we close red here today? Please vote in that. It's 81 degrees in Arizona. You can keep it, bro. We're in December. It shouldn't be that hot, in my opinion. Okay.
He's dreaming of a bright Christmas.
Jay is? Yeah. I mean, look. I like seasons. Maybe it's just because that's how I grew up. You folks in Florida and Arizona that have 70 degrees every day, I'd lose my mind with that. I'd lose my mind. Need the seasons. Okay, next here on the movers list, PBM. This is Sciessence Biomedical. This was the ripper yesterday. Now, this really didn't start until we were off the show. But man, oh man, this thing went absolutely ham. 250, almost printed 8. Now we came all the way back in. This thing completely round tripped. So let's not make any long-term prognostications about this, but we did pop again here in the pre-market. We tested the VWAP and we lost that VWAP here, or we have not been able to get above it and stay there. We'll see if we are able to do that on PBM. Again, look around the horn here. 1.3% of the float shorted. Really not a whole lot in there. No insider transactions to speak of. Company has very little cash on the balance sheet and burns several million per quarter. Going to need to figure out that money here pretty soon. And float structure here, micro float under 1 million shares, 778,000. That should give us the movement that we're looking for. 13, I know there's not really a whole lot going on here, but do you have any thoughts here? Ticker PBM.
Yes. So it looks like that yesterday was a big volume day. So today would set up a relative volume play.
Yep.
My concern is that we have this consolidation from about 640 to about $10 that it has to chew through. Now, yesterday when it tried to do that, it got slapped. So we have a whole bunch of people that are stuck in this inside this wick here. So as we try to make it up, we might see increased selling pressure. I don't know that we're going to necessarily break out of that 10 area or get through that consolidation today. I'd expect there to be a lot more selling pressure, probably around the $7 area. So we'll see if we even get that right now. That would be my concern with this, is that there's going to be a lot of people trapped in this wanting to get out. And as soon as we approach that $7 area, it could accelerate the selling.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Was there anything else on the movers list that you wanted to take a look at? VKTX is appearing on here. Again, that has to do with the Novo Nordisk news about their love handle drug data, and looks like some of the other stocks like Eli Lilly, Amgen, VKTX popping on that news, as they might be able to take market share from Novo Nordisk. That's why this one's up here today. Was there any others that you wanted to cover, 13, or should we do ticker time from the chat?
Let's do ticker time. I only had those 3 I was looking at.
Okay, perfect. What do you folks want to take a look at here today? Jay Harris, I know, eat more chicken than Tesla, like it is every single day. We did take a look at Tesla here again. We'll do it, or we did take a look at Tesla here already, but we'll do it again. See where we're at here on Tesla. By the way, here's your daily chart. Nice little blow off top type formation, or at least it sure looks like it. Here you go on Tesla. So we are up off the lows. 410 was your pre-market lows. We actually traded as high as 431. Good Lord, 21 point range in the pre-market alone off the lows.
I'm just laughing because I remember saying that maybe it goes to 420 yesterday, and that was the low.
420.69, baby. 410 was the low here in the pre-market. We were at 420 multiple times here today. So we'll see. We get more 420s.
Say it one more time, wisdom will appear.
I was going to say, now that we've said it a whole bunch, the pot leaf signal is out, 13, and we should expect wisdom here any minute. Really good stuff there, 13. CCL getting mentioned here in the chat. I know they had earnings here this morning. When I was doing my rundown, I did not have those earnings earlier. Are these just coming out right now? I see the stock popping here and going higher. I don't have any of the earnings news yet for CCL.
Yeah, so that's probably
it's got to be earnings coming out here on CCL. Yeah, and that going higher here, I wonder what that's going to say about the broader market.
Well, who's going on cruises and has all the money right now?
Older folk.
Yep.
And if interest rates are high, those older folk and fixed income are able to spend, right? So I guess all that checks out there. All of that checks out.
Now the print's out. That's a big EPS beat. Sales are almost flat, but the EPS is the real shining star in this print here.
Shining star of Bethlehem. We're going to do the Christmas vibes and references are rolling here. Carnival Q4 2024 adjusted EPS 14 cents, beat the 8 cent estimate. So as 13 was saying, almost 100% Surprise to the upside there. Sales 5.938 billion versus the 5.932 billion. That was basically in line, although it's a little bit higher here. Stock reacting positively to this, plus 4% here in the pre-market, although we are off the highs. And our producers all over it with those stats for you. Really good stuff here, folks. Okay,
Tony.
Really quick. While we ask Tony that, throw some stocks in the chat. What do you want to take a look at? Okay.
So yeah, Tony was mentioning that OXY Buffett buy. He's referring to Buffett adding more of Oxy because Buffett had already been buying OXY. I believe that was I think that was back in March that he may have been buying that, and since then it's gone down. So Buffett's adding to his position now. Looking on a daily chart, we're kind of coming up to some support from January of 2020. This is about the highs that it was at right before the pandemic hit. So that's about where the price is right now. Not sure if we're going to get that support. Maybe the support's a little bit lower, around 40. So we'll see. But this thing has just been in a straight downtrend, ever since 2011. So I don't know what the appeal is here. Maybe we are going to turn around.
Anyone taking Oxy for a trade here? I know energy. What was here? Let me see if I can grab that.
Look at a weekly or monthly chart. This thing is just continues to go down. Has not recovered even after the pandemic, when oil and everything were ripping. Still couldn't break that trend.
So here, this is what I'll go to that chart here in a sec, but this is why I wanted to ask. Energy here, year to date, worst S&P sector.
Yep.
And if you look at the previous history here, when it is at the bottom end of this chart, when it's in this last row here, the next year, what happens? Well, in a lot of cases, it's at the top or it's higher. So maybe energy will perform better in 2025. If that's the case, are you a buyer of Oxy?
I am really hoping that, and I know that's not a strategy, but I'm really hoping that we do not see a repeat of Trump's last presidency, where energy was just the worst performing sector for his entire term.
Yeah, I too. Here's the thing what's different about now versus back then. Mm-hmm. AI, Bitcoin, power needs. Like, it is front and center for a lot of people. It's not just, oil's bad, I'm a tree hugging lefty, we hate oil, we got to go solar. It's not that anymore. It's not that, binary thing anymore. Google's talking about making their own nuclear power plants, for heaven's sake. So, I mean, there's a lot going on in the energy industry and energy demands. I think things are going to have to be different this time around. I could be wrong. We'll see. But there you go. That's my thought. Okay. You guys are asking really quickly about Nuke. You guys are asking if this is over. Got to be honest.
It was over yesterday morning.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Like, is it over? I mean, it's going to get some movement today. I wouldn't be shocked if it's down 25.8% here in the pre-market. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing finished down 40% here today. I also wouldn't be surprised if there was a 50% intraday move in this thing. Based on what we've seen the last two sessions, this thing moves in all types of directions and has no chill about it. So are we going to print 80? Is Lion going to call for 120 again and actually get that printed? I don't think so. But will there be some movement here? Yes. I'll be honest. Might avoid this. Having way too good of a Friday here to get smoked on something stupid like this.
I don't want to put any pressure on him, but this was something that Lion Atlas had mentioned was going to go to 40, and it did, and then it 2x'd. So if he's saying that he's out of it, maybe we should take his cue and not be in it as well. So because he's the one that it said that this is where we could go. It did, and now he's saying I'm not in it. So maybe we should just kind of do that as well. Let's just protect ourselves by watching it and enjoying the show and trying to find something else we're actually going to make money in, because I feel like this is really going to come in.
Yeah, I feel like you're absolutely right there. And look what we did. Look who it is. That's right. It's wisdom. The pot leaf signal worked. We threw it up in the sky like Batman, and wisdom shows up here. When
Like
they
Beetlejuice,
run,
you have to say 423 times, and
that's all we had to do. That is all we had to do. Okay, good stuff there. Yeah, Carmen, power needs to be the main driver. Word is we're going back to coal. We're not going back to coal. China's still opening new coal-fired power plants.
Yep.
I don't think we're going back there. To me, it seems like natural gas is the obvious one. That is going to be your clean energy transition to nuclear. So that's what we're going to watch here. Okay. You guys are at QUBT. How much time do we have? We got 6 minutes. Oh, we got oceans of time, baby. We got oceans of time here. Here's QUBT, the quantum theme. Been absolute madness recently here. QUBT coming up off the lows here. 1250 looks to be the lows. We are at 1550. I'm not sure these stocks are done yet either. I mean, maybe we don't get a huge upside move, but these are going to continue to trade here today. Wouldn't be shocked if QUBT is one of those. Volume looking like it's ramping into the open here. Did we have any news on this? No fresh news here. So that's what's going on. I'm look, these quantum names, keep them on your watch list. They might still be something worth playing here.
I think they will be, but I'm not as confident about the rest of the year as I am for 2025. I really feel like we're going to see market participation really fall off, and the things that look like they could go won't materialize. Those moves that we're expecting won't materialize. I hope I'm not right about that, because I would like to keep trading throughout the rest of the end of the year, but I feel like the participation's we're just going to continue to go down. So I think you're right. The quantum names will be good, but I don't know about the rest of the year.
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong.
Yep. We'll see. I just think that they're going to be volatile today. Mm-hmm. Okay. By the way, I was just really quickly running through some of the other quantum names here. It looks like they're having a similar pre-market. So it looks like all of those here are moving in sympathy. Okay. Really quickly, let's check in on the SPY here ahead of the open. 5 minutes till we open here. SPY is holding the gains post PCE print 582.30. This is a key level that we've identified for months. This looks to be in play here today. We'll see if we can trade above that and then perhaps hold above that. Okay. What else do you folks want to take a look at? I think I asked about charts earlier. You guys threw out a whole bunch, and then the chat kept going, and I have the attention of a goldfish and missed all of those. Totally waiting for a crash. SLB for a trade. QUBT. Boy, a lot of you guys were said when I asked about charts. You guys said QUBT. Glad we took a look at that one. LAES and Rigetti also part of that quantum name, by the way, here. LEAS, this is having an interesting pre-market. Did we have any news on this one here today? Cryptographic chips deployed in YCSat satellites. Ooh, we did. We have a PR here this morning, driving this higher here, plus 14.5% for LAES. Key level is literally jumping off the page. 250. Watch that level here today. 250 on LAES. We're currently at 230. If we pop above that, I do think we probably test 3. LAES. Yeah, we did it. We effing did it. Cooler, KULR. This is another 13 long-term winner here. Cooler looking like this is up a little bit here in the pre-market. Don't really see a whole lot going on, and didn't see any news on this. Nope.
No, I think it's like just going along with the market rebound, but I really am going to be paying attention to how a lot of these trade at the open, because I do not want to get what's the word I'm looking for? I feel like I don't want to get faked out.
Okay. Bamboozled is how
bamboozled, swindled, hoodwinked.
Hoodwinked. Yep. We don't want to get hoodwinked and bamboozled. Instead, we want to find them Bobby Dazzlers. That's what we want to do here. We're going to use all of the good words today.
I do like LAES's daily chart, though. That's a really nice looking bull flag. Let's see if we get a resolution of that. That would mean this needs to go back up over 350 at some point soon.
And it looks like we did fill the gap to the downside there. So maybe a potential bounce spot as well. 13. And actually we're 25 cents up. Okay. Okie dokie. You know what? I am going to go try and vote in my own poll, because I can't do it from this side of the screen. But let me see if I can join the stream and then vote in my own poll. Boom, boom. There we go. Oh, and look at the results. Look at this is gold. And you love it when a plan comes together, folks. All right. Sorry, 13. I know I ran you over there. Producer, when those results are finalized, tag me and I will read them to the group.
Folks are talking about going long SIDU. This is Sidus Space. This is the one that has the LizzieSat satellites. They're also going to be doing data centers in space. Apparently, there's a launch today with SpaceX. So they're getting some of those products up into the sky. That's once that launch happens, I think we're going to have a Sell the News event.
Okay, there you go. Giving you a call on SIDU. Oh, also little preview here for any of you that are Benzinga Pro users. Today is going to be a good day for you. We actually have a new version rolling out later today. I was burning the midnight oil last night, kind of getting the changelog ready and everything, and there is some really cool stuff in it. And the release right after this is going to be better still. So really good things on the horizon, and Christmas came early. You're going to get some new features starting today. Okay. All right. Folks, we are about
open
here. We are open. The poll is closed. The results are in. 52% of you think we're closing green here today. 48% of you think we're closing red. We are bifurcated pretty much right down the middle. You'll love to see it. Let's see what we get here. LYT through that VWAP to the upside so far.
All right. What's looking good so far?
Oh my God, Ryan, come on.
All right, so was that one of the ones from this morning? Yeah, no. All right, so MYSZ, that looks like it's trying to push up here. We held VWAP, so that's a good sign. See if we can get higher in this one. Looks like we need to try and take out 6 for more upside. Now we're losing VWAP. What else? LYT.
LYT pushing. This is pushing. This is going here.
That one's looking a little bit better. And then what was the other one here? MYSZ. Oh, I'm sorry. We were already looking at one. HUMA was the other one.
LYT pull back here to the VWAP. This is still kind of volatile. I actually might wait this out. I got 283 as the VWAP there. I have some size here at 310. It's kind of been bouncing back and forth.
HUMA looking better. MYSZ, that is headed for the 65 EMA. LYT got up to 320 and reversed, losing VWAP.
Up there goes LYT, sunk, lost that VWAP. Up, big pull, roar to the downside. LYT.
So 225 would be the next support area I see here on that one. And so far, it looks like HUMA has been the good one so far. Now it's coming up to a resistance area at 650. So we're going to need to see some big volume to push through that, and that'll take it higher. Otherwise, we're going to get rejected. All right, so kind of just got to wait for these to shake out a little bit. Looks like Cooler did the same thing, going down to a 65 EMA, trying to recover as well. Currently above its VWAP.
Huma trying to pop. I don't see Cooler on here. Let me bring it up manually.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up SID.
Wow, lots of stuff on the scanner today. Lots of tickers on here.
HUMA is looking much better than the others we've looked at. I think we might be getting some turnaround here in MYSZ.
Okay.
Maybe with a big M. LYT also trying to turn around as well.
Here, so your MYSZ, this actually lost the VWAP. I see only red candles there on that 1 minute chart. Here's your LYT chart. This looks much better here. This did hold that low spot there. We're still 20 cents away from the VWAP, which 283. If I tell you what, if we cross there, I wouldn't be surprised if this went right back to $3 there. But we'll see. We'll see here on LYT. These wicks to the bottom here, you said 225, right? That man, that looks pretty good. So far, it looks like it's really trying to hold 250 on LYT.
All right. So basically, we just the 3 that we looked at, 2 sank, 1 popped, and here we are with HUMA that got right to the 650 area, got as high as 663. We're turning around now. So Didn't get the breakout we were looking or hoping for there, but at least we knew that that was going to be a resistance area. So not surprising to see that this is coming back in a little bit. Maybe on the next visit up to the 650 area, it actually does go through and takes it higher. So that'll be something to watch for.
Well, we're watching it right now. It's trying that literally as we speak here, 13.
Oh, well, it's starting to take it. That just blew through a huge chunk of resistance. All right, so MYSZ starting to turn around. It's recapturing VWAP. This could end up going higher after it shook out some weak hands. There's a fight right now at around 530 for dominance.
You must assert dominance. Okay, Huma here still stopping at that 650, a little bit of size there. HSDT halted. Okay, good call there. Saw that.
That was a pop over VWAP. Got right to let's see, what was it about? Okay, so 125. Looks like 130 is an interesting area, but there's a lot of consolidation there from the after hours. We can, if we're able to chew through that, then the level to watch for is Huma. 180.
Sorry to interrupt. Right. Huma took out that 650. Is going higher here. Huma. I did not get filled. Shoot.
Still seems to be having a little bit of a hard time, but it looks like it is going to try and push up. Let's see if it can get to 7. Let's see if it can do that. There we go. There we go. That's looking good.
Yep. That's what a bummer I didn't get filled on that. What a bummer. That's all right though.
Yep. Still trying to push to 7. Just have your stops ready in case this doesn't get up there.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to take any chances today.
No. And this is kind of reminiscent of what we talked about yesterday in terms of just kind of being nimble. Don't oversize yourself on any of this stuff. By the way, MSTR, we talked about that one here today. This trying to go higher is pretty much back to green. Red-green move here already on MSTR.
Yeah, remember we have the quad witching today, so there could be some extreme volatility and some really, really bad, trades that look like they're going to work out and they just don't because there's just a little bit more fear in the market than usual. Here we go with MYSZ. This is starting to turn green here. Might end up going.
I was going to say the opposite. Looks like LYT there just tried to test one of those downside levels there, but it's bouncing. We'll see. MYSZ. Let's take a look.
Looks like this one wants to get over 6. If it can do that, then we can actually have a better shot at going beyond 7, but it needs to get over 6.
SPY here, 582. This continuing to move higher here. Let's see what the rest of the market looks like. NASDAQ near the highs as well. Dow near the highs as well. Bitcoin has bounced pretty significantly, 3,000 points off the low on Bitcoin. Tesla did sell right out of the open, but it didn't break down and give everything back.
So far I've got Huma and MYSZ as the trades I've done. I'm just I'm going to try what was it? LYT. I'm thinking about trying that one.
Yeah, there it goes. That happened fast. 13. All you had to do was talk about what'd you do, dude.
I didn't even hit buy.
So you did nothing. It just ran. That is wild stuff.
I just gave it a little bit of love
there.
I just gave it a little bit of love and it did that. Wow, we have some more. Okay, so MYSZ is halting because that is ripping now. PRFX, wow. I have this on my radar.
Again?
No, this is well, it popped up and then it went down. Now it's halted to the downside. PRFX. MYSZ, that one, that was, man, I got out of that one a little too early. Because I picked it up when it was dropping towards the 65 EMA, but I just sold that too early.
Well, hey, that still looks like a sale for a gain there.
LYT.
What on earth is going on here?
It looks like it popped over VWAP and then it came back down. This one I'd also go to the 65 EMA as well. This one's not looking.
No, this looks like terrible action here. Oh my goodness, what a head. Hope you guys didn't get hurt on that one. Is this going to halt here at 203?
Yes, probably.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I think that's all of them, right? No, Huma is still going.
Wow.
Actually, Huma with a big reversal. Otherwise, that would have been all the ones we were looking at today halted. So MYSZ halted, LYT halted. We had an ex-girlfriend halted. Now HSDT is halted. Well, I guess that's it for today, folks. See you tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding.
It's the 13. Oh, good times. Good times. Okay. I'm going to run through some stocks here. That's a penny stock. Huma pulling back off that 650.
Yeah, SPY is making its way back up here, trying to fill the gap that was created from the price action this morning and yesterday. So we get to 584. That's, geez, 584 could be the resistance. That's going to be the level to get back up over if everybody's bullish from here. Thinking that 5% is all we need for this market. That's the big level I see right now. 584. Got to recapture it then if you want to go higher.
Carnival, CCL pushing higher here post its earnings. Frey, FREY, that at the highs here, 224.
W key is halted to the upside as well. This is one of those, well, now it's a space play on my list. Seeing as how they're going to be putting satellites up there in the space.
Saidu is rolling over.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah, it sure is. Let's take a look at RCAT. RCAT up 8% here. RCAT going for that $10 double-digit level. QBTS, one of the quantum names here. This is bouncing so far. How about QUBT? Also bouncing. QMCO. Bouncing. All of these quantum names currently bouncing.
Don't get caught in those.
No, definitely not. And I mean, like that bounce, that almost like, look what we just saw in LYT. You get one of those in these quantum names, lights out.
Just to repeat it, I do like the quantum names next year. I don't know that I'd be jumping into them right now. I feel like there's a little bit more market volatility and weakness going into the end of the year. Let's let all this, all these speculative names that we've been talking about and trying to trade, space, drones, quantum. I think they'll be better next year. I'm not so sure I'd want to start piling into them right now.
ENVX here, mentioned here from Steve. ENVX moving on a PR. ENVX ships the first EX2M samples to mobile phone customers. Okay, so you're shipping stuff. Plus 10%, I guess, on that. Significant revenue growth in 2026. They're going to continue to ramp shipments of this chip in 2025. Okay, well, ENVX popping here so far right out of the open. Buffalo. Oh, man. I look, it's early. A lot can happen. We saw the market trade up out of the open and then roll over yesterday. Nothing saying it can't do that again here today. But the little man inside. What can I say? Hustle and Bustle asking if Huma is done 12 minutes into the session here. Does not look like it. So far, it's held the VWAP pretty well.
On my chart, it's trying to recapture it and not being successful yet.
Okay.
So
NYSZ is open. No,
it opened and it popped into 743 and it was about to halt, and now it's trading. This might go higher. Certainly looks like that's the direction it wants. MACD is curling in that direction. 750, now 760. Let's look at some levels here. Let's see where this could go.
Yeah, I just scalped that higher there. I'm not in it. I just scalped it higher there. That was a good call on this one, though, by the way. Good call on that one.
Okay, so it hit the 65 EMA on the weekly. So it just did that. And I don't have anything. I mean, it could get. The other levels I have are just so obnoxiously far out. I don't think they'll ever reach it. But if it starts to go wild, then I'll change that position. But looks like there's a lot of consolidation between 830 and 1060, maybe 11. So let's call it 830 to 11. That seems to be where there could be a lot of resistance. So there's a lot of consolidation in there from 2023.
Okay. Jay mentioned, I think that Martin Scarelli ex-con was short. Oh, you're saying Martin was short Huma. Well, there was a huge short interest on that one, if I recall correctly. So maybe that is it.
And looks like LYT is open. Went a little bit lower, trying to turn around.
Ooh, now that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Do we bounce from here on LYT?
Well, if we do, we're going to need to see some really good volume push back through the 225 level where that was previously support, because now it's a support from resistance, and I'd be looking for that to get some volume, a lot of volume to the upside. Here we are. This is just going right down to the 65 EMA. Has not stopped the downside yet.
Yeah, this looks weak and bad. Not going to lie. Yeah. LYT. We'll see if that firms up. We can wait. They're right to that 65, 181. We'll see if that holds it here. Here's Nike. There indeed, big reversal here on Nike.
Getting a mention on BlackBerry as well.
Nike 77.5. Here's your BlackBerry. This is just vertical right to that 350 area.
Oh, watch out. They're getting price target raises from $3 to $3.50. Everybody buy. Everybody buy. Really want to see BlackBerry, unfold their Internet of Things business, because they seem to have like a lot of patents. They seem to have a lot of really interesting technologies, but mostly their business now is end-to-end communications and government contracts and things like that. I don't know what this company's worth.
We did have an upgrade here. BlackBerry upgraded to buy from hold at TD Securities. Also had some price target readjustments.
Yeah, the Canaccord, Baird, the RBC, they're all saying, hey, it's worth more than 3 now, but not much.
Yeah. And Webcoin mentioning LYT has cash. That was one of the reasons that we were talking about that in happy hour. So we'll see if that turns around here. Jay mentioning IIPR. That was the one pot name holding up. Default, more to come, in my opinion. More downside to come. Innovative industrial property shares are trading higher after the company reported a default by Pharma. So you're thinking more defaults are coming.
Like for that company or just in general? Sorry for the
that one. That one I heard, but it's okay, man. You got to get that pool installed. I mean, let's face it.
Well, these are just the landscapers in the front. They're cutting grass, not building pools.
Either way, needs to happen. LYT, maybe it found a bottom down there.
We'll see. I haven't seen any indication that it's going to turn around. We just see that there's some support from the 65 EMA, but I want to see the MACD start to curl. I want to see some, improved volume. Not sure about LYT yet. MYSZ, that's now below my VWAP.
MYSZ. That's all I've done here today is scalp that MYSZ, and it was for lunch money.
UPS is of concern for the long. Well, if it goes lower, I'll still end up buying it. I mean, that dividend yield is looking much better right now. It's going to be paying more than what bonds are. But I mean, it could get weaker. That's fine. That's what I like buying. But I appreciate you mentioning that, because it could, especially with FedEx's guidance. I mean, they were guiding much lower. Not much lower, but this lower. So the only real appeal on why FedEx is going up at all is because of the spinoff. Okay, well, not seeing a lot of movement out of those things we were taking a look at this morning.
And I don't see anything that looks great either. I mean, maybe LYT bounces from here, but I'll tell you what, the head fake there has got me a little bit nervous. Smoke Tuna mentioning a support level at 155 possibly.
Michael Saradeth is mentioning PSNL. For Solemnus Inc. Oh, this is up almost 22%. So they got go ahead.
No, sorry.
I was just saying they got new price targets on this one. That's the only news I see today. Just price targets, taking it from 7 to 8 or 9 to 11, and depending on who you're looking at. Okay, well, looks like Cooler is still getting some upside movement. So there's that.
Market is still weak. Yeah, it does feel like that. That bounce was pretty short-lived, but again, it's early, so we'll see here. MYSD, that's coming back in. LYT can't bounce. Big sellers on Huma. Take a look at that. Yep, that being driven through the VWAP to the downside. MicroStrategy turning around a little bit. That was popping here.
I would like to see if HUMA, I mean, the 65 VMA is down at about 630, but maybe even a little bit above that, they might get support because there is a lot of consolidation from the pre-market that creates a demand zone. So from about 560 to $5 in that 60-cent range, there could be some support.
Okay. Jennifer mentioning AREB here, AREB, American Rebel. That did pop out of the open here. That's interesting. Nice little pop there. Man, that chart's not looking great.
MYSZ is getting some increased volume here. Maybe it tries to push up here, and we'll be looking at 775 as a potential breakout area.
Yeah, Daddy Backstrap asking Ryan. Here, we'll go to this one. Could you give me some levels of support you like on the Microsoft? Oh, yeah, I thought you said MSFT. We'll also ask 13 too. I think this is one of his largest holdings.
Yeah.
Here's your weekly chart on Microsoft. Definitely like the 50-week chart. Got that at 421. So only 8 points under where we're at right now. Absolutely like that as a support level here. 121. 421, excuse me, 421. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, I mean the 200's right there, and it has been a decent support area. Sometimes the price does fall beneath it, but then it recaptures it, and we've seen a lot of this oscillation lately. So maybe we do get a bounce around that area, maybe slightly lower, but it looks like 420 does look like a pretty good spot. Yeah, we'll see. I do like 420, but I don't know for sure if it's going to hold up exactly to that level. It might trade a little bit beneath it first.
Yeah, and actually, again, I'm on the weekly chart here, and several of these weekly candles did end up going below that level, just as you're mentioning. So I suppose that is possible here, but that's the level or the area that I like from the weekly chart.
Well,
Daddy Backstrap.
MYSZ so far has been providing some of the better trades this morning, but I'm not liking the way these wicks are shaping up here. I think this needs to take out 775 pretty soon. Otherwise, this might end up coming back in a little bit. All right, so what's going on with some of these other ones? Huma, this is coming down to that demand zone. Let's see if it gets some buyers down in there. I'm looking for the buyers to start stepping in around 540, so we'll see if we get that.
Huma got to hold 550. We'll see if it does. It's right here, right now, 556.
Got to hold 550, okay.
Carnival, huge calls getting bought there. 4,300. These expire next week. These are the 28 calls. Bought for 10 cents. Huge sweep there. I mean, it's only a $43,000 trade because they were bought for 10 cents, but man, oh man.
Robert mentioning ARQT. This is Arcutis Biotherapeutics. This is on a rip right now this morning. Has been having some really good price action pretty much, since November. Just continuing to, make its way up following, with some pullbacks in between. We're getting to an area where this might go just right to 16. I think there might be some resistance in there based on price action from 2023 and earlier this year. But if it can chew through all this consolidation from about 16 to 18, this might have more legs.
VIX down 6% here today, by the way.
Yeah, Lion, I agree. This market is showing a lot of fatigue, and I don't know that PCE is really going to help prop things up. What's the SPY doing right now? Yeah, it's starting to come off those highs it made in the regular session.
Here, I'll bring the SPY up because I'm actually kind of watching that out of the corner of one of my eyes too. So here we go. So it is trying to bounce.
It did. Okay, so I think you're gonna like this. It has been spending this morning ever since 8:30 to try and get above that 582.30 level. It was rejected the first time, and then when the market opened, we punched through it. But then it looks like we did a matching candlestick, and that brought it right back down. So I think to me that says, and the interesting thing is that when we popped over that 582.30, we filled this gap between the after hours session ending and the pre-market session beginning. So,
okay.
So 584.10 or 580, somewhere around in the 584 area. That's the current resistance that I think everybody needs to watch for right now. If we cannot get back above there on the next attempt, I think we go lower.
Okay. Really good stuff there.
What's Bitcoin at? Because I haven't taken a look at that today. Is
Bitcoin 95,600. That's your futures ticker /BTC.
Wow, 92,000, and somebody was saying that they bought the futures at 93. Hans, well done. That's paying you pretty nicely right now, I'd imagine. Let's see here. We are coming up to a supply area at about 96,500. So if we start to trade into 90 from 96,500 probably till about 98,000, the price action might go sideways or see a lot of resistance. So keep that in mind as we make our way up into that area for Bitcoin.
Brian, every time I tried to chat with y'all this morning, moves were happening and I had to refocus. Now that I'm done, hello, good morning. Well, good morning. Hello. Hello there. Really good focus there on staying locked in here. SPY, little candle there, push towards the highs. We'll see if SPY can get some strength here. Market is trying to hold in here. It's definitely weak, but it is trying to hold in here. And God, oh my goodness, don't look at LYT, folks. That one not good. Hopefully you guys sold that one earlier because oh my, there is no strength in that thing. That thing's done. ENVX here. This another leg up right out of the open here. MYSD, you guys were talking about that setting up. That's trying to go for 8.
Yeah, this is having a hard time with 750. It looks like has not had a real body close above that, even though the price action for the past 20 minutes has been pushing it, above it. Hasn't closed above 750. I think if we close above 750, then we might see even more upside. We need to start getting those closes. SPY is starting to really pull now. It actually popped up to that same level I was just talking about where it needed to.
I see the SPY trading up.
Really?
Yeah, I got 582.
Okay, I don't know what that must have been. One of those phantom.
I think that was. That was, and I only saw that on the 5. Or
I see. Okay, so once I refreshed, then that went away. So that was
okay.
Really weird phantom wicks. All right. Pay no attention.
Phantom wicks play tricks, dude.
Yeah, they do. All right, so so far, big winners today have been, that we talked about, have been MYSZ. Had a pull out of the open, but since then it's gone on to break over the pre-market highs. Seems like it's been knocking on the door of 8, even though we have not been able to close above 750. Need to see a close above 750. Say it one more time. We need to see a close above 750 in MYSC. Kathy Austin mentioning Rigetti.
Okay, RGTI.
And Cyril asking, will QUBT make it back up the 200-day? I'll take a look at that while you look at Rigetti. Look at that. That's moved this morning.
Yeah, Rigetti right through that $8 level, which was your pre-market high. We'll see if this gets rolling here some more.
All right, daily charts. So wait, hold on.
QUBT, the question was, will it make it back above the 200-day?
The 200-day SMA? Dude, it's well above it. 200-day SMA, I have it 174. The price is 1655. Give me a different time frame or some of the time frame you're looking at for the 200, because if it's a daily, then we're well above it. If it's another one, then we'll take a look at that and I'll give you an answer.
Looking around here, folks.
Baiynd is taking a stab at with Nuke.
Oh gosh, what's that? Oh god, I didn't even look at that.
Went down to 35.91 and bounced. Now it's back up to the same area of resistance it's been seeing this morning. So I honestly don't know what's going to happen with NUKK. It could rip, it could dive, it can do whatever it wants. I'm just going to watch that one from here on out.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have the appetite to trade it either, 13, to be honest with you.
I just don't feel like it's worth the risk right now. I feel like there's other things that we could look at and get better movement with.
You're probably right on that. PSNL, this has been the really good mover. Who's on this one here today? I didn't take this one, unfortunately. But this one, nice little pop right out of the open above that pre-market $6 level. And now the next leg up here. I think 7's possible. Who's on this one? G-Man? Calling that 660 level?
Let's see here.
Here we go. And 13, while you do that here, I'm going to step away for just 1 sec, boss.
Sure. Okay, so this is cool because yesterday in the after hours, we got to a high of 650. Came back in, kind of created a little bit of a scallop here, going back down, finding a base at around 525, and then this morning we're just ripping and breaking through 650. Let me see where I think this could end up running here. If I look at a longer time frame, so back in what is this? August, we got as high as 720. There's a potential level. So I like 720 for a breakout if we have enough volume. After 720, oh, this is cool too. There's another resistance area from an EMA. The 200 EMA, a weekly EMA is at 735 right now. So you got 720 and 735. There's 2 areas where it could potentially break out, but also areas of resistance. Let's see if there's anything else here. So if we can break through that, maybe we get a run to 970. Maybe that would be what I'd be watching for with PSNL. Getting up to those that area of resistance. If we have the volume to push through it at 720 to 735, then I think we run into the 970s, maybe even 10. That would be my expectation with PSNL if we have the volume.
I think I missed that, but I see it going here.
Yeah, PSNL, we're looking for there's potential resistance around around 720 to 735 based on highs and 200 weekly EMA. But if we can break through that, then we might end up getting up as high as 970 to 10.
Okay,
that would be
good
my
stuff there. Nike rolling back over. Lows might not be in for Nike, folks.
Probably not.
Michigan consumer sentiment for December 74 versus 74 estimates straight in line there. Michigan 1-year inflation expectation for December 2.8 versus 2.9 estimate, a little soft there. Michigan current conditions for December 75.1 versus 77.7. I don't really take a whole lot from these numbers, but there you go. There's your print.
Is TSMC still making microchips in Phoenix? I don't know if that plant has opened, but they are building it.
I believe that they are, actually.
I don't. Yeah, I just don't know if because I think the big problem they've had is finding the right
people to run it, right, and work in there. Hasn't been the case? Like they just don't have the talent to go into that factory to produce chips yet. What was the issue?
But yes, that was one of them. But I think that they started here. TSM Arizona production. Let me see if I can Google this. I'm pretty sure I saw a news story delay. That was January. I could have sworn. Here, TSMC to start commercial semiconductor production in Phoenix earlier than thought.
Okay.
This is an AZ Central business. This is what I thought here. Hang on a sec. Let me throw that in here. Let me just scan this here real quick. I threw the article in the chat there for anyone that wants it. Let me just scan this here real quick.
All right. In the meantime, we'll see if there's anything that's providing a reverse.
So here, I didn't have to scan very long. The commercial production of chips in Phoenix will start, quote, at the beginning of 2025, end quote, rather than the first half of next year as previously stated. So they're looking to start as soon as the calendar turns over, and that was a step ahead. So then to technically answer your question, 13, no, they haven't started yet, but they look to start that production sooner than anticipated.
Okay. So Cyril's saying that he shows that QUTB. I thought it was QUBT. QUTB?
No,
it must be QUBT.
Yeah, that's a mistype. That's a mistype.
And there's he's saying that Robinhood shows the 200 on. Well, the 200-day SMA is on is above the current price right now, which that doesn't seem right to me because I've got a chart going back to 2012 and I see the 200-day SMA. You tell me what you see.
Here, I'll put it on screen for everybody.
Yeah.
I have the 200-day at 278, not even close to above it.
278.
Oh, excuse me. That was the weekly chart. On the daily chart here, QUBT, right? 174 is the value I have.
I don't know about Robinhood's charts. I've used them before. I don't know if they've got a new chart system, but when I used them a long time ago, their charting was awful. But that's just my opinion.
I mean, what time frame are you on? Because
he said day. He said day.
Okay.
Wisdom.
I can't explain that.
Wisdom. That's because they did the reverse split, and it wasn't last week. They did it like about a month ago. All right. So what else is looking good here? So it seems like a cooler may have run into a little bit of resistance for the time being around 250. So we'll see what happens there. Is he saying he feels like it's going to be a green close? Tom asking, what do you guys think for a comeback in the future for AMD with all that is going on in the chip sector? They really do have great financials. I am building a position in AMD as it goes down. I like AMD for the future.
There you go. HSDT, that's kind of disappointing. APT, that's just a penny stock. That's nothing. Cask holding right at its view up here. PSNL right back towards the highs.
Okay.
Well, Cyril, we can't see them. So there might be something that we are not conveying or picking up.
Yeah.
Without seeing them, I don't want to make any broad call, and I'm sure 13 is the same way. He was telling you about his previous experience,
right? And I don't know if they've changed their charts or whatever. Exactly. But I will say this. I will say this about Robinhood: their options table was really good. I really did think they had some of the best looking options tables I've seen.
The chain, right? You're talking about the option chain, yeah? Okay, cool.
So that I will give them praise for. But man, when I was using them, almost 5 years ago, their charting was just absolutely terrible. All right, so what's looking good? Because things seem to be going sideways or maybe lower. PSNL maybe has some strength here to push up into the sevens, but the volume is starting to wane. HUMA, that is trying to reverse off the 65 EMA, still beneath VWAP. LYT has done nothing but go down. Actually, this is right back to start for this one. LAES under 218, trade 3 times. I don't know. LYT gave all gains. Yeah, it did. It just erased it.
Like I said, man, that thing was no bueno, dude.
I have a suspicion that, once it's completely given everything back, that maybe it'll turn around and provide a trade. But if it does, I would not expect it to really go maybe beyond VWAP. It would just depend on the volume at the time. And yeah, I'm not sure we'll see a whole lot out of lit. MYSZ is trying to capture VWAP. Volume is going to be the name of the game here. And it's volume in a lot of these is not looking too great. MYSZ is trying to push back up above VWAP.
Sorry, I'm trying to do something here on my scanner.
Yeah, maybe it is a certain parameter with their chart, Cyril. I like I said, I don't know because I don't use them right now. But Trading View is very popular, and a lot of folks use it. You're seeing Trading View right here on the screen with Ryan. So, try different charts out, see what works for you, see what actually find out what you're the most successful with, and then use that.
Yeah.
MYSZ is looking like it's trying to go higher. Just recaptured VWAP, but again, the volume is not exactly to my liking. Like it's trying, but I don't know we're going to see the follow through.
Nobody's banned. What are you talking about? Night terminated. Stop spamming. Oh, Nightbot. Oh yeah, nobody's going to get banned. Really quickly here, folks. I had mentioned earlier, Benzinga Pro is going. Producers all over the Nightbot. He'll whip Nightbot into shape here. Really quickly, I had mentioned there's going to be a new version of Benzinga Pro out today. And one of the things that it's going to have in it is a new filter in the scanner called percent relative volume. And the way that this works is when this is basically a bar that fills up here. So when you get to the average volume and you get to 100%, you get a green tile here, and anything above it will be green. Anything 50 or above will be white, and anything less than 50 is going to be red. So this can be a very easy way to figure out where stocks are getting in terms of their volume flow in here. Pretty excited about this, honestly. Also, as you can tell here, scanner much more responsive. Been a ton of updates to anything that's got a grid in it. Going to be awesome. Going to be awesome.
Line out was saying we didn't check TPET. That was one from yesterday, right? That
I can check that. Yeah, that was one from yesterday.
Oil and gas acquisition company.
Trio Petroleum. And didn't check it. There's nothing to check. It's junk.
Well, hold on. I think it's a little bit of an interesting stock, and here's why. We're talking about the whole natural gas being a big theme next year. I think this kind of lines up with that, doesn't it? It's an exploration company, but they're acquiring oil and gas assets in Canada. I don't know. Maybe this could be one of those really interesting, it looks junky, but because it's got a low float and it's in the right theme at the right time, it could, make a run. I think this is one we got to keep on our radar. I'm not saying we just jump into it now, even though it might be a good price. I'm just going to keep this a very close eye on this one. Maybe put it on like the energy watch list, since we are expecting energy to rebound next year because of the natural gas export controls being lifted. Jonathan Cooper saying that the equal weight S&P
RSP,
is beating the SPY and the Qs.
Let's hey, look. Here's your SPY. We are down 0.3% here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Lion, you're pretty much kind of on the same page here. That keep an eye on TPET because it's got we're getting into that theme. We're getting into the natural gas export controls getting lifted. It seems like it's probably the right play at the right time, but we're just not ready to get into it yet because that time is not now. Cooler trying to push up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, for those of you that are asking, this new column here, the percent relative volume, is the percentage of the current volume to the 60-day average expressed as a percentage. So this one here at the top, HSDT, this is 21,000%. All right. And if we take a look at that, it's traded 78 million shares versus an average of 347,000. So the larger the number, the more like outsized and crazy it is. And it's got little buckets that color code it.
G-Man saying Ionic going nuts.
IONQ.
Mm-hmm. SPY going up. Amazon, Google pulling up from the depths. Amazon, the warehouse strikes not going to impact them. It's a very small amount of warehouses. I think like 7 of them, and they have a lot more than that. And I think that has to do with the Teamsters union. So I don't think there's going to be a big impact to Amazon with that strike. And then the other one was what? Ionic. Where'd that thing go? And
TNXP halted to the upside. Market Sniper all over that.
And TNXP, wow, that one's going. There was, and then Google. That might be the granddaddy of the quantum plays. The quantum plays, I agree. They're gonna be good next year. And that might mean Google does really well. Hit that 200 just like I wanted, but now it's cooling off. I'd like to see next year break through 200 and go higher, especially if the quantum theme is going to be strong next year.
AQMS was the ticker I just mentioned, Sajin. I'm pronouncing that correctly here. MicroStrategy continuing to trade higher here.
HUMA is back up to its VWAP. Volume expansion could result in a break over VWAP. Maybe try for the highs again. MYSE. This one is heading lower into that demand area. So we'll see if it gets a bounce around the 540 area or so. I don't know about MYSZ at this point, but that would be the area I'd be looking for support if we get it. And then LYT seems like it's got some recovery going on, but not convincing recovery yet. Need to see more volume in this thing. Uber popping.
BlackBerry almost at its average volume here for the day. We are ticking up there.
Speculation must be back on. Huma getting rejected at that VWAP. For now, I don't know if it'll push through it later, but for now it's getting rejected. Yeah, I agree with that, Carmen. We're getting crazy about how we want to resolve things. And we don't need to get into the tragedies that are unfolding on both sides. HSDT trying to push through its VWAP. That was mentioned earlier this morning. Cooler having a good morning.
Yeah, it is.
Steadily moving its way up. Do you see that it had a pop and drop at about 9:10 this morning that took it up to 295 and then pulled it right back down? Is that showing up on your?
No, I got a 1 minute chart here. I don't see any price action up near that 295.
Okay. Just wanted to see if you were seeing it. Must be something weird on my broker then, which will happen, folks. Which will happen. Oh, Jesus. I can't believe I'm saying this. Soundhound is ripping.
I was nervous when you started setting that up.
And then Izzy just posted huge reversal on sound. And yeah, it is. When it recaptured that 815, remember that level from yesterday? When it recaptured 815 after losing it this morning, it just ripped.
Stay focused here, saying, Ryan, be cautious on those shorts. Stay focused. Good morning. I can tell that you just joined here because I put out a call very early this morning. Also threw it in the pro chat. The little man inside telling me I think we close green here today. And that's kind of what I'm seeing out there. No shorts on at the moment.
So if we close flat, who wins?
Nobody. It's a push.
Nobody and everybody?
Nobody and everybody. It is a push.
All right.
Actually, you all are winners. All of you folks that are here right now, you're winning. So we're all winners already. We just want to win more.
So that gap that I had mentioned earlier for the SPY that was created when we gapped down this morning, that's been filled. So then I would imagine this area between the two previous all-time highs of 585.27 and 586.12. That has been a support area. It was a support area on that big drop we had on Wednesday. It was support yesterday. We closed above it, but I don't know why we're having price. It shows that the candle dropped beneath it. That was all in the after hours when that happened. So I would expect there, that range to provide some resistance if Friday we get up there. So that's an area to watch for. Somewhere between 585 and 586. Let's just call it that to make it easy.
LYT, man. Oh, yikes.
Mm-hmm. And it probably could end up going down to $1.
RR here, Rich Tech Robotics. This is actually approaching its average volume here already. This looks like this is going to try and push above 132.
Was mentioning
Costco was 1,000 last Wednesday. Just saying. I mean, it's down what, $50, $60? That's nothing. That's not even a big deal. Think about it after your. Hey, look, same store sales. I'm going to do my job to boost same store sales tomorrow morning at Costco. I'm going to buy a brisket for Christmas and Hanukkah, which starts on the same day this year. Cannot wait.
You smoking that yourself?
No, I'm not going to smoke it. My friend is actually going to cook it because she is a professional. Oh. It is going to be insane. It's not going to be smoked. It's going to be cooked in the oven. Oh, dude. Yeah. Look, when holiday meals are getting made, I have one job. Provide the liquor. That's it. Right. As long as I do that, I'm in good shape.
I think that we could even see Costco.
Dude. Oh, God.
900.
Stay focused has got the wheels turning here. Dude, this is
that's good.
How do we do this? We need to get Kalshi Service to sponsor the channel. We can place our bets before the open. How do we make this happen? This is such a good idea. This is such a good idea.
Yeah. Oh. As long as those bets are small. We don't need. I mean, we already gamble enough here with the stock market. We don't need to be putting money in that.
Wisdom. Well. I'll smoke the brisket. I know you will. I bet you will.
I know it's the kind of brisket that makes you want to eat more, right?
Tom, same store sales. Well, go get yourself some McDonald's and start snapping up some McRibs. We need the income. No kidding. Look, I'm not going to do that, because I value my health and how I feel, and McDonald's would be the opposite direction of where I'm trying to go. But I'll tell you what, the Fed day, that wiped this trade out. We were still good. We were still good until that Fed day, and I think it's probably shot now. I'm sorry about that, Tom. I bet Ryan has a hoodie on. Look, in the winter, this is my standard uniform. These are the best hoodies in the world, and they are so comfortable. Okay, let's actually roll through some of these stocks here real quick.
Yeah, I just was reading the chat, looking at some of the different things you're mentioning.
ENVX, this guy. Who called this one earlier? Who was this? I can't remember who mentioned this one earlier, but we were talking about it prior to 9 here. This thing has been a staircase up. There's been nothing but a trading higher here.
We need a stairway to heaven bit.
ENVX, bro. That's it.
No, I mean, like, we need it up for the soundboard.
Oh, yeah.
Don't know if you'll get struck for that, but if it's,
I probably will.
If it's short enough, we might be able to get away with it.
Yeah, I don't know what part would I clip out of that. Well, I'll think about that another time.
When he says "Stairway to Heaven."
Stairway to Heaven. Yeah. ENVX, this was a monster call. Whoever called this one, you know what? I can't remember who it was, but I'm just going to give you the sounds right off the bat here. You'll have to let me know.
Wondering if HSDT is going to try and push through VWAP here. Need to see increased volume for that. But it's right there.
MicroStrategy, by the way. I can't believe this thing tested 300 in the pre-market, currently at 345. Literally printed 300.14 was your dead low on MicroStrategy earlier today. Oh, all we had to do was start talking about potential Costco shopping lists, and Costco is 5 points off the lows. Let's check in on the market here. SPY, I still have, this is interesting. I don't know what the heck's going on here. I've got SPY down by 0.15% on TradingView, and I have it up by 0.19% in my broker. Let's check the Qs.
Yeah,
Q's green. Boy, I'll tell you what, that.
What? I don't know if I see anything I like right now. Things look like they're starting to bubble. Things look like they're starting to bubble a little bit here, but I just don't feel confident about some of these moves.
I'll tell you what, the heat map is really starting to go green here. Leaders on the way down. PCAR down 2.8%. Old Dominion Freight Line down 5.3%. Accenture pulling back here by almost 2%. Eli Lilly continuing its gains. That's up 4% here. Remember, had news on Novo earlier. Apple and Microsoft and Google and Meta still low. So the tech names not doing great yet here.
So
maybe when those go red green, this thing really ramps.
We are in that range in the SPY where I'm looking for maybe some resistance. So if we break through it, then I'd be looking at the 50-day SMA as the next potential resistance area. But here we are in that area that's been providing support for the SPY over the past 2 days. Feeling good about Rigetti. Kathy Austin mentioning Serve. Get me Wisdom. Get me that for sure.
What happened?
He says get with 13 a new 50 cal barrel.
Oh, yeah, don't get me excited. That would be awesome. He's talking about getting me a golf cart.
Okay, well,
how do you get the look? Golf carts are cool. Golf carts are cool, but how the hell are you getting the 50 cal?
Well, I will carry the gun, and you can drive the cart to the range.
So we're mounting the 50 cal on the golf cart, and we're gonna go out there making power. It sounds like okay.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Just to like kind of all right, swing, pull.
Oh man, that would be something else.
We're getting a little bit wild here. Let's get back to stocks.
Yeah, Jay. So this is exactly it. It's not. So we talk about this sometimes. The hold your nose and buy situation. You guys would need a producer for that wild idea. That is facts. You would absolutely need to produce. If we mounted any type of 50 cal to the top of anything, we would need a producer for that. Really quickly here, Jay mentioning it's not easy buying in the hole. When I logged in this morning, NG was down 260 and Bitcoin was down 4K. Everything. There were red arrows across the board. But that's kind of it, Jay. That a lot of that stuff, when I see that stuff, and there's so much fear and there's so much of this stuff going on, that the little man, again, if you haven't watched Double Indemnity, first of all, go watch Double Indemnity because that movie is amazing. But the little man inside just said, I think we close green here today. I threw it in the chat. I talked about it on here as early as I can, and we'll see where the chips fall, buddy.
PSNL has had a pretty good run this morning, and it is up at resistance at $7. Looking at the price ladder I have here, $7 has a huge wall.
And which one?
This is PSNL.
PSNL. Take care, Judge.
This is trying to get up beyond 7. Does not have the volume right now, but I think if we just keep an eye on it, watch for the expansion, it's going to take a lot of shares to get through this. A lot of volume. So volume expansion here, especially at this level, could be a potential breakout move. Just need to see that volume.
Britt here. This interesting comment. If I am down to start the day, the chances of me ending down is 100%. Britt, how can we break that for you? How can we help break that? It seems to me like we need to figure out some way to claw gains back when they don't start off great.
Well,
let's think about that and how we can actually break that, because we could really help people if we could figure that out.
So I would probably take the other side of that, because I think she's exercising discipline. To me, it sounds like she's starting her day in the red. Things aren't looking great. Maybe it's not the day to trade. So, taking the loss and sitting on your hands and maybe coming back another day, the trade is a strategy that a lot of successful traders have used. If things are not going well for them that day, don't exacerbate your losses. Just accept it for what it is and move on. I feel like you could try and claw it back, but you also increase your risk for more losses if you do. So it could just be that you don't trade on the days when you start down. Oh, okay. So that's basically what I'm saying, is she's just exercising discipline.
Yeah. Yeah. So interesting. So your way of handling that then is to not compound the problems. Sounds like
Right.
So stuff that you're holding, that you're swinging, is down. So you're saying, you know what? I don't want to make things worse. That's not a bad idea at all. I'm just wondering if there's something we can do to maybe because if you can turn down days into flat days, then your up days are going to carry you through the rest of the year. Good thing to think about. Thanks for sharing that, Britt.
No, I think it's great discipline too.
Yeah.
It sucks to have losing days. It really does.
Yeah, and producer here, revenge trading never works, and that is not what. Let me be clear. That is not what I was suggesting. Because you're right about that. Revenge trading, not the way to go. We talk about handling emotions all the time. Revenge trading is one way to have a crappy handle on those emotions. Folks, we are starting to cook now. What happened? We are starting to cook now.
That's SPY
starting to ramp. Look at this.
Yeah. Blasted through that resistance area. Like just blasted through it. Let's take a look at the candle. Yeah, just big old candle right through that entire area. Okay, 50-day SMA is next.
I tell you what, the wine is going to taste extra fine tonight. If this call ends up materializing and I'm sitting on my couch watching IU kick Notre Dame's butt today, that wine, oh, can we just get to the end of the day? I am so excited today. This is awesome. By the way, with this market move that we're seeing here, I'm sure there's a lot of plays doing this, but this one's just for Tom. This is just for Tom here. Look at this, Tom. We got a curl going on McDonald's, and I didn't have to eat any McRibs. Just saying, boss. We got some stuff turning around here.
Yeah, NYSE back up to its VWAP.
Merry Christmas, folks. We did red and green today. Scapegoat, go Irish. Me versus you today, buddy. Me versus you today, buddy.
Yeah. All of those things you're saying, guys. Reddit is up 2%. Jeez. Okay, so MYSZ right up to that VWAP and rejected again. Also see a big old wall at 650. I think that's been that was a level I had mentioned earlier. Maybe it was in a different stock. No, it wasn't this one. It was a different stock. But man, that SPY is just ripping right now. Absolutely ripping. 588 now. We're up almost 10 points. So what, the market thinks that 5% is good enough? I don't think so.
But the thing here, 13, is we might have just kind of done that 5% pullback. We have maybe this little bounce, euphoric bounce, trade up, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. And then next year, inauguration, maybe Q1, we really have the big down move. It's possible that what this is actually doing is setting us up for another down move. But like Stay Focused said the other day, you cannot have a Santa rally without some type of pullback. Boy, it sure looks like that's what we got here.
Well, just trying to find something that's looks good enough to trade. I mean, Soundhound is still grinding. Looks like it. I mean, do you have this might be another phantom candle, but do you have a quick pop up to 20 and come back in the pre-market for Soundhound?
Let me check here for you real fast. Bless you. SOUN. Quick pop up to 20 in the pre-market, and no.
No, that's just my broker then.
Yeah, that's weird that you're getting that. Those phantom candles. We've talked about that before. It's just weird that you're seeing a lot more of them today.
It's funny. It's about the same time as that last one that I saw on the other chart.
You know, what's crazy is that I'm looking across like all of the charts, whether it's stuff I own or stuff I don't own, all of the charts are like ramping to the upside.
I was right on that wall at PSNL. Let's take a look at that. That $7 wall. Yeah, it's still right there. It kind of put, I mean, geez, it got chewed up a little bit, but it's still pretty large. And if we can't get through that, this thing's just going to roll over. So, but at the same time, if we see a lot of volume expansion in a very short period of time, it could chew through that. So two things to watch there for PSNL. That volume expansion, if we don't get it, likely going lower. Looks like SIDU is turning around. That's trying to recapture VWAP. Not successful yet, but right there. MACD is also curling. This might be a good one here. The pre-market consolidation is also what it's got to contend with, and that's going to be from about 455 to 470. We're going to have a mean reversion. Jay Rice, buy some Tesla an hour ago. Let me go back in time.
I tell you what, you guys figure out a time machine. I got a list of things I'd like to do with that. You call me, all right? Tell you what, the first thing that I would do, we're going to have a little fun here. I'm sorry for getting distracted. If you need to pull me back onto the tracks, you do that. The first thing that I would do is I would go back in time and I would learn exactly how they built those damn pyramids. I would have all of my questions answered in the first hour.
Haven't you watched those AI generated historical videos?
Dude, I've watched all of it. I've read all of it. Nobody knows. Anyone that don't know for sure, there's just too much going on there. But that's what I would use the time machine for first. And then I'd go back in time and back the truck up and buy Apple, Amazon, and Bitcoin hand over fist when they first came out, like hand over fist. I'd be sitting on a beach earning 20% for the rest of my life. Okay. I told you folks that we were going to have fun today. I warned you early. And guess what? We out here.
Let's do that.
Tom, dirty little secret here. Ancient Aliens, that is a show that you can almost always rely on for smiles and laughs. So I'm not even going to smack talk it, because there have been a number of times where there's been nothing on and I've had nothing to do and I flipped that on and been like, this is actually funny. Ryan, if you go back in time, who would you give Hollywood to? Give Hollywood? I don't think I understand. I would give Hollywood to someone. Well, I don't think I know what you mean. Ryan, you're funny. Ryan's excited. When it snows and Ryan gets loaded up on coffee, there's no telling what could happen, Britt. No telling.
Yeah, I think whenever I think about going back in time, my big concern is always the butterfly effect.
Yeah, what's going to happen by doing? Yeah, I mean, I've seen the movie too. I'm just too curious though. I'm just too curious. Give me the time machine. We're going. Ryan's feeling himself today. Whoa, Britt, this is a family show. Just kidding. I am in a good mood. Looking across here, don't really see. And I'm sorry for goofing around, but do you folks see any setups of anything? Maybe cask through 3. I don't see anything here. And all the other stuff is like running. Like, unless you can sell me on maybe reversing a position on Tesla or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't see a good setup here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on PSNL. I mean, the size at 7 has dropped by about 30%, but it's still very large. Just kind of waiting to see. What's so funny now?
Carmen, I'd ask why they built those pyramids to last. Didn't they understand they were supposed to build them to fall apart in 30 years? Oh, Carmen, they don't make them like they used to, do they? That's funny.
Well, the Egyptians built them, right? Not China.
There we go. 13 zing, pow, kaboom. Like the old Batman show. Love it. Tesla going for that 445 level. All right, let's do a little experiment here. Where's the turnaround level on Tesla intraday here today? Or is it the moon? Is it just going to continue to trade higher here? Where's the resistance area where this thing could really kind of turn around?
Well, let's see here.
Yeah, it's because I'm just, maybe this isn't the right spot to look.
What do you mean turn around and go lower?
Yeah, like sell off. Like look at this intraday chart here. I know it's a 1 minute. I guess maybe let's look on a 5 minute. Oh, it looks the same. This is straight vertical from the pull. So what I'm thinking here is I'm trying to think for the next trade here. Where is Tesla likely to turn around? 450?
457 was an interesting spot.
Okay, Nikolai is mentioning 456, resistance at 456. Did you just say 457?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's real close.
Mm-hmm. I'm down with 456, but I like 457 just because if I look at a shorter time frame, but over the different days we've been up here, there's some pretty good consolidation right around that 457, 456 area back on Monday. That's also it was also support on Thursday when we had a dip and rebounded. There's also a bit of a support area, maybe closer to 460. It was also a support area the following day on Wednesday before we fell through it. So now that it's a support turn resistance, I would imagine that 456, 457 area is probably going to be where resistance is.
Okay. Glenn saying 452, Larry 445. Well, we got a host of levels there. Let's see which one of these starts the Tesla turnaround. I'm not sure I really want to short it. I'm just looking for anything here that's a setup. Now, I'm glad I'm still in stuff because all of that stuff is running to the upside here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just thinking for another trade here. I don't know. Tracy, I'd go back to 1999 and buy QCOM during the Christmas holiday. It went up $800 in one day. Tracy looking to go back to Y2K and exploit some of those market dynamics. That is not an answer I had on my bingo card. Well done, Tracy. I'd give Hollywood to Val Kilmer. I can't argue with that at the moment.
Yeah,
ATV
maybe
Alt, you were mentioning?
Maybe some actors that have taken some really good franchises pretty far because they got so involved with them. I mean, I don't know if I'm on a personal level, but with Tom Cruise, I don't think that he's really the most stable guy. But
I like how PC you made that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what else to say about how wacky he can get, but when you see what he does with movies, it's like give Hollywood to that man. I think that Hollywood would be in pretty good hands with Tom Cruise.
Okay,
that's just kind of where I mean, just look at what happened with the last Top Gun movie. I mean, that was like the big standout movie for in an era where we were getting some really awful content.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be pretty.
It was fun. It wasn't as good as the original Top Gun, but it was fun. It was fun.
Oh man, the big thing that really irritated me with that is how they won for sound design, and the sound was just absolute dog shit. I think I made the point when I showed you that the clip of what the dogfight would look like and sound like if it had real gun sounds, and it was just so much better. So much better. They completely screwed up the sound. I don't know why they won the award. It was terrible.
Go back and get a few shares from Jobs Garage. Yeah, no kidding. And grab all the shares there, Jamie Dimon.
Give Hollywood to Hulk Hogan. That's great. That's a good suggestion there, brother.
I was going to say, that's a great idea, brother. I can't do a Hulk. I got to practice my Hulk Hogan voice. Okay. Appreciate you, Sideshow, for trying to keep us on track here. Yep. It is a fun day, Friday. RCAT. That did take the next leg up. Remember, we talked about this going to 10. It did stop there at 10, but man, right back on here and higher we go.
Look at what happened with PSNL.
Did it go through that 7 area or did it reject at that 7 area?
Briefly. It popped and dropped.
Okay, 7 was the spot there.
Yeah, but you only would have got 15 cents. I don't think that's what we wanted to see out of that break.
You're right. That's not. We wanted more than
but
that.
You're right. That was the spot. $7 that we were talking about it breaking. It did, but more sellers stepped right in. I would go back and buy Buffett's shares. Yeah. I remember a long time ago when his Class A's were, they were still like 6 figures, but they were so much lower. So much lower. And that was back when I was in high school. I was looking at that and going, wow, this is the most expensive stock I've ever seen. All right, so MYSZ, that one looks like it's going to be going lower. Could not recapture VWAP. Traders got tired and said, screw this thing. OYT, now beneath $1. I don't know if lit is what I would call this company. He had, oh man, Macho Man was one of the greatest. Whenever he got into an interview with Mean Gene, it's like he just went around the office and tried to find a prop, and he just did his whole bit off the prop. It's so funny. LYT off the bounce, my gamble play. I really hope that works out for you. I mean, it has been hammered today, and I could see it bounce. Oh, it's trying to recapture $1. Maybe you.
Is it actually bouncing finally?
Maybe you got something here.
Oh,
but,
I gotta say, there's some other things that we can do, that we can trade that might be better than, unless you're short this. I mean, this is ridiculous, dude. Look at this move. That is just, that's ugly. That's ugly.
Mm-hmm.
APB, is this halted again here? Yep. Halted to the upside. Halted up again. By continuing, or market really continuing to extend its legs to the upside here.
Yeah. Do you feel good about this rally?
I mean, so here's the thought. So we talked about a potential green close given all of the gloom and doom and the big moves down and all that. It looks like, I mean, at least so far, we're getting a move that's conducive to that. I'm not going to make an early call. Nope. The bad news here, though, is I feel like if we continue, because I don't think that the market and the economy are as rosy as everyone thinks it is. And I feel like if we continue to trade back up, we're really kind of setting us up for a bigger move to the downside. Does that scan for you at all, 13?
Say it to me one more time, but this time I won't be reading the chat.
The bad news about this move is that because the economy and market are not as rosy as it actually appears, if we continue to trade up, that just sets up for a bigger rug pull, bigger down move in the future.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because I think we're just still very speculative.
Yeah.
I mean, look what's trading back up. All the quantum names. I'm sure Bitcoin's coming back up. Did it get back to 100K yet? No, but it's on its way.
97.5, yep.
Speculation still stepping back in. And protect yourself, folks. Just do that.
You're absolutely right. OPTX.
I want everybody to come back next week and be ready to trade some more. Let's not get ourselves hurt in this market.
Oh, I can't wait to come back. By the way, we are going to have Anne-Marie today after. She did confirm. OPTX, Brit, this actually looks like this is coming up off the bottom here. Nice little 90-cent pop off that $2 level. Actually, I do see some. So 310. So obviously we're going to watch 3, but if it goes through 3 here, 310 was a former area that stopped it. That was a support and resistance in the past. Here's your Tesla pullback, Brian. Sorry for switching so fast here.
Oh, hustle and bustle. I don't think we're getting a cut until maybe at the earliest May or June. If we even get a cut. Sorry.
No, you're good. Looks like 444 and change. 444. Seems to be the level that found some resistance at. We'll see if that holds here. Lion, I still believe Santa will bless us. It's possible.
Izzy, the pullback happened. We got to 5% in the pre-market. Now we're bouncing back up. What we need is a correction. We need to go to 10% or lower.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'll real talk. We do need kind of a bigger move down to reset everything.
Market's just too frothy.
Maybe I'll be able to join you Monday from Poland if sober enough. Jak się masz, Sideshow. I will say that I'm half Irish, half Polish. So when it comes to the drinking genes, I got them all, baby. I got all of them. So have a good Christmas. Hopefully you can join us.
Well, Huma continues to get support from the 65 EMA, still not able to get back above VWAP. Maybe it gets that price action later. Volume's just not great right now in anything. Lit back beneath the dollar. MYSE rejected at VWAP as well, also going lower. Maybe it's just pay attention to the quantum names. Okay, here we go with PSNL. This one just had a big move through.
I literally just saw it flash on the scanner as you mentioned it. That was awesome. And OPTX, Brit, good mention. New highs there. Oh boy. MicroStrategy continuing its pullback here.
Market Sniper with OPTX as a potential move.
OPTX new highs. Britt, was there news on this right when you called that earlier? What happened here? Thursday. No, this was from yesterday. OPTX is this is ramping here though. Volume sticks are what really has got me here. Those look good. This is an interesting point, Jay. We'll highlight this. We'll have a little discussion about this. Let's see. We got 10 minutes here till Amory. I don't think you can look at it that way. There have been a lot of 10% corrections in individual names. Now, that's true. The indexes are not because of a few big stocks like Apple. You could probably also throw NVIDIA and stuff in there. Jay, you're not wrong on that, but don't you still think, I mean, like a 10% correction, we've got people thinking like we're kind of due for like a 30%. I don't know. I just feel like when everything pulls back, that's really the reset that we're actually looking for.
Yeah, some of these, these corrective moves in some of the individual names you're referring to, they actually need to be bear market moves.
Yeah, like even bigger than 10. Know what? That's what I should have said. That you're absolutely right about that.
These things, there's some of these things that have just run so much in such a short period of time that I don't think 10% is going to really do it for them. It's a literal buy the dip moment with 10%. Yeah. We need to see these things like, dare I say, get cut in half. Just like all those speculative names did in 2020 and 2021, when rates were super low and stimulus was rocking and everybody was, creating liquidity for the market and things were just going absolutely bonkers. That was a big corrective move that we had. Ended up being bear market. Sorry.
AREB, it's all good. AREB, I think Jennifer, you brought this up earlier. That was a monster call earlier, Jennifer. This thing went right to $2. It kind of stopped there, and now it's taken out some new highs. Looks like 240 was the high. The volume is still expanding, so if this volume doesn't dry up, I think AREB could make another move back towards that 240 area. We'll see if we end up getting that. Was another good mention from earlier I didn't take. ABP is another good mention from earlier. I don't remember who mentioned this one. I think it was several of you. But wow, new highs here. That printed 4. CRM having a great day. Hello, Chris. Happy holidays to you. I don't think I've said happy holidays to you. Indeed, it is having a nice day.
So, hold on a second. Jonathan, the next Fed interest rate decision is not January 18th. It's actually going to be on January 29th. The next FOMC meeting is in January is going to be from the 28th to 29th. So that'll be after the inauguration. But we have talked about how that particular event is going to, compound with the inauguration event, and it's going to compound with earnings, which happen in the middle of January. We're going to get, all the really big names start to report on the 15th and 16th, like JPM, Goldman Sachs, and all those banks. And also, there's a possibility that China may also introduce stimulus going into the Lunar New Year, and that happens from about the middle of January toward the end of January, with more and more people that celebrate that in Asia getting off work as it nears to the end of the month. So I agree, you do have those those catalysts all kind of smushed together in January that are going to be happening right around the same time. But I think we're not going to really start to see any of that huge movement until after we start getting those earnings, and then you're going to have all those other things happen really close together.
Good stuff, 13. Stay focused asking, Ryan, did you cover NVO? Yes, that was actually one of the first stocks that I covered here today. We can review that here real quick on NVO. Their news was data from one of their love handle drugs. Novo Nordisk shares are trading lower. The company announced headline results from Redefine 1, a phase 3 trial in the global Redefine program. This was down 19% in the pre-market, down 20.5% now. The big news here is that we were like riding this 500-day, and then this print, not good news, just absolutely smoked to the downside. We did end up filling that gap down here. Yeah, we sure did. Looks like I got the next downside level, $78, 4 points lower from where we're currently at here.
Elon, we were facing rising rate environment. I don't think we started getting rate raises until 2022. But also remember that one of the big reasons why we also got huge market sell-offs is because that's when Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, and that just because that was basically where the market really started falling off. So you had a lot of different things happening at the same time. Rate cuts were one of them, but also the Russia war.
Yeah, you had inflation was already starting to kind of rear its head and look pretty nasty, and then on top of that, you turbocharged it with that Ukraine war. And don't think Putin didn't know what he was doing there too. I mean, I think that was I think that was telegraphed. Real quickly, just to kind of get back here, close the loop on NVO. Novo Nordisk said patients on Kagresma lost 22.7% of the weight in the trial. I don't have this in front of me, but I believe that they were looking for more than that, right? I think that they were looking for like 25 to 30. Someone that follows this, spot check me on this, but I think that this weight loss, this percent of weight, was actually lower than what they were anticipating.
One interesting thing about Novo Nordisk, and this is only if we get into, we start seeing news or this becomes more talked about, is alcoholism. And I think with RFK I think he's a recovering alcoholic.
Yes, he still goes to AA meetings, by the way.
So Novo Nordisk has acquired a real interesting company that specializes in alcoholism recovery. I don't know if they have, if it's a treatment or a drug or whatnot, but I remember reading that NVO had a really interesting alcoholism treatment angle. So that could be something of a future catalyst for NVO in the future. Something to keep in mind with this particular stock is that they have that angle here, which could be a theme with RFK being in Health and Human Services.
That's a really sweet point because this might be viable here. Yeah, this might be viable here. Awesome.
Just going to mention that Joby got some approval, some FAA approval here.
Is that popping it here? Let me pull Joby up on that main chart that I have. I bet it would.
Well, okay, hold on.
Good news to me.
They are entering the final FAA certification phase. So they haven't received certification yet, but they're entering that final phase. So this is a little bit more of a pump, I think. But it's something to get excited about because if they do get that certification, then you're going to see Joby up there in the skies with Archer.
You're already seeing the price move higher here. Now, if there was ever a time to use that drop, it was when we're talking about personal aircraft stocks trading up. Stay focused here. NVO, if it hits 78, I'm taking some. So it looks like you'd be looking for a bounce trade there at 78.13. That was some good context to add there. Giddy up, stay focused.
PSNL, after getting over 7, has been putting in some good movement. It's slow, but that was the level to get over here. So we are seeing a little bit more upside here in PSNL, but the volume is still very, very low. I don't know how high this goes, but so far that's been pretty good. Got 19 cents out of that 7 break. Wish we could get some more. We'll have to wait and see if we do get that, but I think that breakout trade might have been it. We'll see. Just watch the volume.
Yeah, Danny here saying that Ozempic treats alcoholism. All of those semaglutide, all of those weight loss compounds make it so that you just don't even want to drink liquor.
Yeah,
you just feel so sick that you just don't even want to drink it.
Yeah, and so treats a little bit of a in quotes kind of word, because it really just deters people from consuming it. It's a deterrent. But yeah, I get that. It's a good point.
Mentioning that it helps with fertility. Let's be careful on that one, because there are people that are trying to not get pregnant. It's not a help if they're all of a sudden more fertile.
Yeah, because it's when I was reading about that too, and we were covering that angle in happy hour about what if this is something that happens that's unwanted, and the reason it was happening with fertility is because when your body gets healthier, and I'm not a doctor, so sorry if I butcher this, but your body ends up being more fertile as you get healthier. So people that were taking Ozempic and losing weight noticed they were getting pregnant more easily. Folks that had been trying and not been successful were finding success after being on Ozempic. So it does help with fertility, because it's creating, it's helping people get healthier by losing weight. So that's the angle there.
Yeah, it's the weight loss really just kind of bleeds into other things for general health. Okay, folks, it is time for Anne-Marie here. We're going to go ahead and bring her on. 13, any closing comments for the week here? Great week by you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. And you too, man. It's been fun. I hope everybody made some really good money, and let's come back to next week, and it'll be, the very, very beginning of when we get into the Santa Claus rally. Hopefully there is one. But have a great weekend until then, and I'll see you on Monday. We'll have some good times.
All right. Sounds good, 13. Again, great job. Have a great weekend here. Wisdom's got all of the jokes. Wisdom, you are a winner, boss. You are a winner. There's never a bad idea in staying on top of your fitness, though. I'm telling you, it's just going to make you feel better in every possible way. Okay, 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie Band. Anne-Marie, hello. How are you? First of all, I'm going to set the stage here for you. First of all, I am having a day right now. I am completely caffeinated. I woke up to 3 inches of snow here in Chicago. I'm as happy as can be. Looking forward to opening some wine and watching some college football here tonight. So I've been kind of going off today. We've been having a really good time. And I also want to thank you for joining us from a undisclosed location. How are you?
I'm well. They lost my luggage. It went to Basel. But they did get it back to us in 24 hours or so. So we now have our luggage, so that's good. The sun's about to set.
It was
Alps
all
in
of
the
you?
background.
It was just your suitcase or everyone?
No, everybody's suitcase.
Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
I am so
crazy.
glad that they got that back to you. Otherwise, I would have had to call some of my hard friends and go after them. So, okay, good stuff there.
Crazy. Yeah. So selling in, it's very beautiful. Getting ready to go to the Christmas markets and check out all the lights and fun. And but I am raring to go today.
Okay.
We've got some great stuff going on.
I am going to apologize in advance here, but I am going to dole out a homework assignment to you. I am going to require some pictures of that Christmas village that you're going to go.
Absolutely.
Please. Oh, you are a gem.
I'll slack it to you. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the market here. I'm going to go ahead and bring your screen up. It looks like you were listening in on our NVO conversation we were having here. What do you got for us?
Well, I read just before I got on that they had dropped like 20% because the numbers weren't quite what they wanted them to be. And so I just pulled up a chart. Earlier, I had drawn some boxes on where this might fall, and the current failure space, it fell below that box. So until it gets to 86, probably going to be a scary buy space. If we take a look at a weekly chart, though, we've got a lot of compression right down here at that 79 area. And so it's close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades, I would say, to get yourself a potential position out in maybe February if you're thinking it's got a bounce attached to it. And if it gets above that zone, I would look at the 92. Now, let's see what if we went 85 to 95, and we did a 1x3x2, it'd be $147 with $1,000 on the upside. So 147 on the upside, and so 854. Excuse me, 160. It's moving around all over the place right now. You could move it to say March, but I got to tell you, I am not feeling good about how this move is working. Now, the PCE numbers was a dovetail right into what they needed. But if you're thinking this is going to drop and it could get into the lower edge of this space, I would consider a put side action event as well, maybe into February, where we have that 75, 70, 65, and it's 51 cents. So that is that's certainly what I would be looking at there. So it's a possibility. I really believe we've got to get up out of this congestion zone from the past that allows us to move forward. But if you're a betting man and you think it's got room to run on something else, then clearly nobody is thinking it's going to get back. Well, a few people are thinking it's going to get back to 100, but there's not a lot of volume today saying that. And so that would be my thought there. Let me take a snapshot of it in case you are so inclined. I'll do that there. Some very interesting things that I want to take a peek at. One is Darden. DRI.
Okay, DRI, perfect.
Yeah, right. So they had a pretty nice showing. They've
sure
got
did.
A gap up, and it's at the top. Here's what's interesting about this. Very top of the regression channel. And if we widen it out and we look at the monthly formations, it's definitely breaking out. But this price action here tells me that they will likely come in, especially momentum. Momentum is in just a dreadful space. So it's telling me it ought to come in to these edges before the breakout and retest that area. So I've got a put at the 165, 155, but it's a custom put. And so here's what I mean by that. So let's say, just for giggles, that the market is getting ready to take a little breath. Now, if the broad market is getting ready to take a little breath, we know that 70 to 85% of stocks will follow us in that general direction. If that happens and Darden crashes through all of the middle strike, because the 145s are so cheap, we can actually get it at the mark, right? And we'll have to leave this in the queue to see if it fills. But we could buy 2 on the bottom, and if it blows through the top, the risk profile shows us, once it once it leaves this area of 160 to 165, we can really start making some great money there. So just a thought from that space. If you want to do a regular butterfly, it's much cheaper. Well, not really. Not. I looked at it early today, but it's about 50 cents. Now, I think it's going to give all the way back. It's going to jostle around. So my idea is only on the put side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, does the holiday season come into effect at all for this trade? Are you doing this based solely off the chart? I mean, Darden here, this is a chain that owns restaurants like Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, Eddie V's. Or do we not think that those are going to be popular during the holidays? I'm just wondering if that.
Yes. No, I love that. I love it that you're saying, hey, what about this? So let's think about that. We know that the market is a forward pricing mechanism. And so when we have an earnings event and it rockets up into the open and then pulls back, and the following day, we've got ourselves this sideways pressure, it could easily come up and try to test the big fat round number of 200. So let's do that. Let's give it a little room. Let's see if we could get 190 to 200 to 210, right? It's expensive, right at the money. If you say, let's do it for January into the Santa Claus rally. A little bit cheaper. If you're saying, hey, listen, I want to go outside that. I want to try the 200 and see if that'll work. You go 210 to 220, 53 cents. Here's the thing you want to watch. Once it gets to this 200 area, I think it has trouble. My thought is that this is a blow off top anyway. This is a region where it had great news, lots of opportunity to continue buying. It broke out of the box. It's got to hold here for it to move on. Okay. So what I would say is that if you're thinking about this and you buy a few of them to make it worthwhile, don't let the value drop below 50% of what you paid for it. If we go to February, might give it a little bit more room into the end of January with retail sales and store numbers might come in. I don't know if they do restaurants in those same store sales, but that's my thought there. My initial action on the move up is that people took the time to liquidate up here. And so they're going to come to the bottom of the box. That's my gut. Okay. But it's still holding here, so I think it's worthwhile. I'll take a snapshot. And I'll write some notes like listen to the morning show for color.
Okay.
Okay. Next one is Vertex. That's the next one I want to go to.
Perfect. This one had a wild chart yesterday, so I'm pretty sure this is the one. I don't see it on yours here, but I believe that let me pull this up in my profile here. I believe that this was sitting right on the 500-day moving average. It was literally straddling it yesterday. Now it's down 1.6% here from that yesterday, but I thought this was an interesting spot. So I'm curious to see what you have to say about this.
It is a very interesting spot, and let's see why. Last time we had this was almost a year ago. It was 3 earnings sessions ago, right? Back in April on a big fade. And then the market moved dramatically. Look at the selling volume here.
Yeah.
Compared. That's insane. So full disclosure, I have no idea why. I don't know what they did or didn't do, what they didn't, or pharmaceuticals feel like voodoo science to me. When you predict what's going on inside of them, my brain just does not wrap around them very well at all. And so I rarely trade them. But this is physically a good spot because we can see what the traders are trying to do. So far, holding the low, okay? And holding the low, a lot of times when we pierce that channel on the Keltner channel, we either continue down or we begin to reverse trend. And sometimes it can be fast and sometimes it can be slow. But the fact of the matter is, once it starts walking the band, it takes a while, but it does end up reversing. So we want to think about both sides of this chart.
Okay. And real quickly, it announced results from a phase 2 study with one of its drugs for a treatment of painful lumbosacral radioculopathy. Sorry, Anne Marie, I got absolutely smoked by that one. But anyway, phase 2 data is what caused that huge drop, by the way.
Okay. All right. So a lot of folks who are very excited about Vertex are going to think about buying this once it gets back up over the 400, and that could lead us to the top of the box. Okay. So the call action, interestingly, look at these prices. Now, you're going to have to leave them in the queue because the volume is not there. So 2 things that you can do to get involved here. You can first buy the spread. You can buy the 400, 410 spread, and then you can sell the 410, 420 spread. Notice it's going to make it 15 cents, but you have the 2 spreads, and it's much easier to fill than the butterfly. Gives you the same price.
Okay.
So that is, and of course, it's our gal Amanda who says, hey, why don't you tell them? So, and I think that that's a fair thing to say. So this is perfectly fine for doing this. Now, let's say the wheels come off the bus for a little bit. We need digestion. We've been running straight up. We've got ourselves a very heavy congestion zone down at 350 to 340. And so let's take a look and see what they have here. Again, 350, 340, 330. Okay, that's also going to be fairly hard to trade, and it's because of the spread. Notice you're getting a full-on credit for a long butterfly. So the prices are very, very bad in the chains. So let's try this. The long 350 and the short 340.
Okay.
And then the short 340 and the long 330. Yeah.
Still negative credit, yeah.
Yeah, wait a second. I joined them together. So long 350, short 340, short 340, long 330. Yeah. So it's going to give you, it's going to give you credit that's pretty massive. So that's fantastic if you can do it. And again, here's the butterfly for the whole credit. And then here is the vertical long and the short vertical, right? But it gives you a ton of credit. See how the debit up here on the call side, a lot of people moving into it, not so much here. And so if you can get it, that's going to be a free trade.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah, free trade.
Free 99, best price point there is. Sorry. Like I said, I'm out here to have fun today, Anne-Marie. That's just what we're doing.
I am excited about it. Okay, so here's one we don't normally look at.
GEV.
Yeah. So take a look at how much, look at this sideways pressure, right? This is a weekly chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'll tell you what, though, those wicks have me thinking that this is going to try and go higher.
Oh, yeah. Notice there's trend.
Yep.
There's momentum. Again, I'm working these off of the suspicion that price action has either a blow off top or a stall. Okay. And so I have an iron condor here, but we look at other things if we want to do them. So here's the iron condor. It's the 350 Y, top of the range, bottom of the range. So I've got the 350 and 300. It gives us a 520 credit, which is more than 50% of the formation. That's a big fat credit. And we can talk sometime about doing triage if it happens to run into those spaces. But theta decay is going to be an absolute beauty here. And this is January. This is January theta decay. So it's not like you're having to hold it forever. Now, if you're saying, hey, I think this breaks out, let's take a look at it. Let's choose January. And instead, let's try to get somewhere here so we don't wreck the iron condor. And so maybe we try 360, 370, 380. It's 80 cents on the long side. If it moves downward and it gets into that 300 area, we really, let's go where everybody else goes. 320, 310, 300. So it's expensive. Well, it's not super expensive, but it is a little bit more than, chump change if you're going to sit around and buy a few of these. But my thought is the better bet is to choose, if you've got a gut feeling about what you think price action is showing, then listen, trend is up. We know if we break trend by time and not price, meaning that it's sideways, it's most likely to move in the direction of trend. So there is upside pressure that is possible here. So if you're looking at that and saying, hey, listen, I like what I'm seeing, I'm going to take my iron condor and the call side, or if you really are firm on it, then you take the iron condor and the put side. But I think it's maybe not a good idea to take both of them, because one of these for sure is going to erode to zero, and it might be both.
Okay. Good stuff there on GV. And you're right, that's not one that we often take a look at.
Yeah.
So exciting to get a new ticker, new issue in here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have been holding really fairly strongly. They're on a lot of lists for upside motion. I do want to take a peek at Tesla.
Perfect. I know our group's going to be excited about that. We've been looking at Tesla a lot recently.
So take a look at what's happened to this beast, right? All the way up here at 500, that's the top of the range. And then, 2 days ago, Wednesday, after the Fed release, just absolutely fell like a stone. But the PCE came in today a little soft. And so traders are trying to buy this back up. So here's what we know about tops and bottoms in general. In a market space, tops and bottoms look fairly differently. Now, most of the time, bottoms have very quick motions. They'll come down, spend a little time, and then if it's a really good bottom, it turns into a V. We can look at the situation with COVID, V bottom, We can look at all kinds of things. We see V bottoms. We're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even have a chance to buy it until it was up 20%. Tops, however, don't look quite like that. They have jagged pressure events. So here's how tops look. They have these jagged entries. They whipsaw back and forth, and then they roll over. So my thought is that these guys have themselves a lift on the horizon, but it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking in my mind to watch out for further price action here, because in my heart of hearts, I do believe that we are in a little bit of a topping formation, because what we've been running straight up for like 18 years. I don't know. So for those of us late to the party, there's all kinds of things that we can do, but what we need is a little bit of a breath, some price consolidation, and then a return to upside pressure. But in the near term, we've got upside pressure to look at. Let's look at the daily. I'll tell you exactly why. Here we have, oh, gee, too many pictures. Clear drawing set. Yes. And let me move that down. So here's our daily. Broke right out of the Keltner channel. And as I mentioned, the Keltner channel, you can run and run and run and run and run, but eventually it's going to give you that pullback into the center point. So right here at the 410, 413 area, great buy zone overall for the charts over the last few days. For the week, it's still in a range where we say, hey, listen, these guys have got to close above 435. Above 435, it's great. If not, they're going to retrace back. See how this is almost 50% of this body? That 50% retrace, and then potentially we get into this area down at 389. So I think a butterfly is going to be pretty nice. Okay. Now, I already have an iron condor in here. And so when I was looking at it this morning, I said, okay, how can I add to this space? And here it is. I have the 395 put butterfly, and then the 440 put butterfly, and they're both very cheap because the vol is extremely high into the deeper numbers, and that's what tends to make butterflies cheap. As I mentioned before, you can take it as verticals and do a long put spread, and then a short put spread, and then a long call spread and a short call spread. And that's going to be able to separate them out if you have a platform that keeps your orders like that, and it'll be easier for you to look at. But I think these butterflies are very cheap. I'm going to get them myself because there's going to be some movement. Most definitely going to be some movements, which is why my iron condor bands are so wide.
Okay, so interesting. So you're taking all three of those then?
Yes, I already have the iron.
You already have the condor, but now you're going to take the two butterflies on top.
Yes,
okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, we do have 3 minutes left here. Did you have another one that you wanted to go over? I think there was a question here from the
Absolutely. Chat. Let's get the questions from the chat.
Yeah, let's see. Learn with Moses was asking if you could analyze Intel. It looks like he or she was just trying to buy naked puts or just puts. Was there another one in here?
Oh, gee. Listen, Ryan, what do you think about somebody buying Intel?
You mean like getting bought out?
Yeah.
On the surface, I would think that there's probably not a great chance of that, but I'd want to listen to the thesis there. I hadn't thought about that yet.
I don't have any thoughts in general, other than the name's been around for 100 years. Obviously, they need to get rid of the entire C-suite. obviously.
Yeah.
And, maybe they can carve it up and make something else. I don't know, but this is just, I appreciate this person. Now, are they selling the puts or buying the
Let's
puts?
see. Let me see. I was thinking here. Can you analyze intel? I'm thinking of buying puts to expire April 2025 with an $18 strike.
Okay, so not a bad idea. The target would end up being about 12.
Yeah.
So definitely not a bad idea. The problem is this is a monthly chart I'm looking at,
Yeah.
and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months buying, collapses, and then it recovers several months later, and then almost an entire year of buying around that area, and then it's support and support and support. So if I were a betting man, here's what's happened to the Keltner channel. It's hit the edge of the Keltner channel, it's bounced into resistance, and now it's come back to that same low, but we're very far away from the band. It's just like a Bollinger. Same thing over here. You see this? Look what happens to price. I don't like puts here. However, does mean they're not bad. What I would do is, if you're buying them out into the future, maybe buy a spread so it's not expensive.
There you go.
And then, you could always double up on the bottom if it ends up jumping up, and then, you'll be in good shape. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my thought there. I don't think, good grief, my phone's everything's going
Siri's
crazy.
always listening to you, Anne Marie. She's
I
gonna
know, I
get
hate
involved
that.
there.
I even tried to turn her off.
You know what?
Those are-
There's got to be a permission in there, but I don't know off the
There
top
it
of my head. Siri eavesdrops on me all the time. She has not disappointed me yet. We'll see if that happens. Okay, Anne Marie, real good stuff
Yes.
here. Again, thanks for joining us from across the pond. That's just absolutely awesome. The one final thought here on Intel, when we had talked about that as a group, we had kind of mentioned that this is a large tanker that takes a while to turn around. The fact that this could really get to 18 absolutely seems feasible. So I appreciate you breaking that down.
Absolutely.
Okay, Anne-Marie, we're not going to see you next week, right? Christmas.
No, yes.
When's the next time we're going to see you?
The following week, I think we have some train rides into the Alps and such. So I don't know. Let me get my schedule down, and
And
more than likely I'll be able to make both of them.
Yeah, I'll update the group. I'm going to be here around Christmas next week, so no problem there. Anne Marie, thank you so much. Enjoy your holiday. Safe travels. Thank God you got your luggage. Have a good one, all right? Enjoy your weekend.
See you later. Bye-bye.
All right, take care. That is Anne Marie Baiynd, folks. We are super thankful of her for coming on and giving us the trades, and we go from one options expert to the next. Let's go ahead and bring on Options Sandy. Sandra, how are you doing today? Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday. How are you doing?
I am having a day. I'm doing really great. I live in Chicago here, and I woke up to several inches of snow today, Sandy, and I am so excited. I'm really looking forward to that bottle of wine tonight. So
nice.
All across the board, we got good things going on here today. And
well, I got to tell you, it's 45 degrees here in Temecula, California, which is just north of San Diego, but it's going to be 74 today. So it's kind of like, the layers.
Yep. You and the Arizona folk that were telling me it was 81 today. You guys are living it up there with the warm weather. Okay. What do you got for us here today?
Oh, we're going to talk about Home Depot, Uber. We're going to talk about our Tesla trade and go from there.
Okay. Awesome. And I have a surprise for you. We were able to get your intro back. Sandy, take it away.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? So let's see here. I had my chart sharing. Can you guys see my? I don't think I see it up there. Yeah, there it is. All right. So let's get over to the charts and see what we're doing on this great Friday. I hope you guys are doing good. All right. So we're going to start off with SPX. And the thing about SPX is that there was this gap down here, and I was looking to see if we were going to actually fill the gap. Now, we got like a 500 point bounce in the Dow, etc. But you can see that we're still underneath the 20. And so that 20 EMA to me is like a great identifier for, hey, are we bullish or bearish? And so even though we had a recovery day today, so to speak, we still have a lot of puts on the books. And when I say puts on the books, I'm just referring to like short interest. Now, if you guys remember GameStop a long time ago, short interest actually, kind of came to the forefront of a definition of like, hey, what does that actually mean? Well, when you have a lot of money that's shorting the market and then the market bounces like this, what ends up happening is a lot of people who have weaker hands end up closing their positions out. And as they're closing their positions out, this raises price. And so it's really a condition of just the market makers and their systems that they have in place for not only staying delta neutral while they're taking in all of these trades, but also a mechanism of internally what ends up happening when you have a lot of short interest, but people are closing their positions and people are like saying, hey, this is a recovery day. That's it. The worst is over. Let me buy some calls. When those people start to do that, or those institutions start to do that, then you have this like unbalanced situation. It doesn't necessarily mean that the market is like really strong and we have a recovery. It just means that there's an imbalance in the system. And because of the short interests that are on the books, this could actually make it go higher and higher and higher and higher. So always be aware if you have a tool like maybe JEX, where it kind of identifies where the volume is for support and resistance. Like for right now, support is at 59.50. And that was our resistance today, was 59.50. And you can see that we're breaking that. So as we keep breaking these JEX levels, which is the market makers actually hedging their positions and identifying where support and resistance is by their own hedge, we can see that now. And it's really an interesting tool. If you're not familiar with it, I, as a retail trader, really good information to know, because 10 years ago when we got option flow, we were like so excited that we could see what the institutions were doing. Well, now we could see what the market makers are doing. How important is that to you? By being able, and it's dynamic, you can actually see it happening in minutes. So not in days. So this is a really cool tool. And so as now we're breaking the 59.50 level, which was our gamma JEX resistance level, this could just be going higher and higher and higher. And it's a mechanism of the short interest. Keep that in mind whenever you have these sharp drops like this, huge engulfing candles on a day chart. You could see the exact same thing happening right here, where it's a monster run up. And then it'll start to kind of even out and get where it's going. So keep it in mind. Let's talk about our Tesla trade from last week. That was a great debit spread that we put on. I want to show it to you here on the analyze graph. Now, before I do that, let's go over here. Let's see. Right about here is where we got into that trade. We actually did an automated trade. I showed you how to do it on this segment last week. We took a debit spread and basically said, hey, look, if this goes sideways a little bit, no big deal. We have a really good trade vehicle. And oftentimes I refer to the type of strategy that you use is a trade vehicle. You know, are you going to take the sports car or are you taking the Humvee? And so I really look at like a debit spread as like a Humvee. You know, you can kind of get over all terrains and not really panic. Where when you take a straight call or a straight put, that's the sports car. You're trying to get from point A to point B as quickly as you can. And the reason is because time decay works against purchased options. So now that we recognize that, really nice to take a weekend, basically take a spread on a Friday. It works throughout the week, just in case Monday and Tuesday, typically options are pretty expensive. So oftentimes you won't see a lot of movement on those days and until about midweek, and then we usually see something happen. But as you can see, I think this was, let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. We were right here. We actually did an automated order for this to break. I believe it was 430.50 when it broke. I believe it broke on either Friday or Monday, and then it went up. So I ended up taking some profit on, I had 5 contracts. In my mind, I was going to risk, 50%. I usually say, hey, take 50% profit or take a 50% stop loss. And I believe those contracts, we got them for about 97 cents. Let's just call it $1. So it was about $500. And I'm like, I'll risk 250. Okay. So what it ended up happening, and I want to show you this today because I left one contract on. Okay. On a Monday, I think I took 2 contracts off at around 75% profit. And then on, I think it was Wednesday, I took off another 2 contracts at about, I think it was 100% profit. And now this actually went all the way the other direction, but I wanted to keep it on so I could show it to you how this looks on a Friday. And so when we go to the analyze graph, as you can see, this is where price is right now. Now, this morning or late last night, it was over here. So this one contract was actually not working out. It was not in the money. It wasn't working out. And I just left it on because I know I have to close it at the end of today. So today we get this gamma squeeze, basically, is what I would call this now that we've broken through our identified market makers resistance level. And so Tesla now is on the race up. Now, as you can see, the pink line represents the theta burn, okay? And a debit spread is similar to a credit spread because you're really looking for the time decay. Now, on a debit spread, you kind of have to wait for max profit at the end of the day on Friday when your options are going to expire, because as this pink line rises, right, so does your profits. So as this pink line rises, so does your profits. So right now we're at about $99. What is that? 101, $100. And the max that I could get for this contract is 130. So I'm $10 away from max. So all I need to do is just close this position out before the close of today, right? And you can see that when I move this, no matter where I move this to, as long as I'm inside of this blue line right here, I'm going to make my 130. Look at this box right here as I move my cursor. No matter where I move, okay, the closer that this gets to expiration, the higher that purple line goes, the more money that I make up to 130. And typically speaking, right, you can either make it by 2 ways. You being on this side of the graph as an example, and price and time evaporating, or price just goes like a rocket ship. And as you can see, as I move this all the way to the right, as we gain in price, you could see that on that little graph, you could see that money market, or excuse me, that money identifier going up and up and up. And so this is why, I really like debit spreads for a weekly income. I think we made about $400, $380 to $400 on this trade. The one before it, we got into something, I forgot what it was, but we made like $500 on that one. And you can see how just one trade a week, right, with a type of trade vehicle can allow you to make, pretty decent passive income. And you have your risk defined. Like, who doesn't need $500 before Christmas? I guess that's what my thought process is, right? If I just put on one trade and I don't really have to manage it all that much, and it was all automated, it was all automated, right? Then what am I doing? I'm not doing any heavy lifting, am I? No. So that's why I say, if you can learn how to use your Thinkorswim platform to utilize these automation tools, it's going to blow you away. And this is the same thought process. You only have to know just a couple trade vehicles, maybe a call, a put, a debit spread, and a credit spread. And you can utilize what the market environment is doing at any time, of the year, even with seasonality, to create a couple trades like this during the week. So let's look at, so this was good. Well, I'm going to close this out, get my maybe $90 to $100 closer to the end of the day here. And then, and so this trade is closed. So this was a really nice trade that we have. I love it when we have a couple in a row. Let's take a look. And by the way, as I was looking at, remember that we got this idea from unusual whale activity, basically option flow. And as I was looking at option flow today, there's still money coming into Tesla. So I have to tell you, in fact, I wrote it down to share it with you. So last Friday, we were talking about how money was actually laddering into Tesla. I could see it from the 430s all the way up to the 450s. Now I'm looking at Tesla and I could see the orders coming in at 485 all the way up to 530. Whoa. So someone, the institutions really, right, are really, involved in Tesla right now to the upside. Now, granted, some of these are longer term trades. They have expiration dates like in March, in January. That still doesn't mean, though, that you can't ride out not only this gamma squeeze situation, but also that option flow going into, all that money going into Tesla. So Tesla could actually be another name that we could take a look at. But let's take a look at the indices, kind of go over, hey, what's going on here? We're at 59.70 now. So this just keeps rising and rising. Let me take a look. I'm going to go really quick here and look at, we call this JexSpot. If you go to JexSpot, you could learn more about it. So we still have $12 billion on the books right now that's short interest on SPX specifically. We got $71 billion coming into the market. Currently, we still have support at 5,900. This is what the market makers are identifying, and 4,950 for today. Now, for a longer period, we have 4,900 for support and 60.55 as resistance. So that means that with the open interest being that high, this could just keep going up and up and up. Just be cognizant of that. That doesn't necessarily mean, hey, all of our concerns are thrown out. It just means that this is we still have short interest on the books, and until that gets cleared out, this is what ends up happening, because those people with the shorts are like, get me out of here, right? All right, so SPX looking really good. Let's just get to the basics on the ETFs. SPY looks exactly the same. If we take a look at DIA, how's DIA looking? Oh, I wanted to share with you IWM. Somebody betting tons of puts on IWM. Lots of money on IWM puts for February. $3.53 million on IWM puts. That's something to take a look at. And you can see on a daily chart here, momentum is still weak. It is rising. Typically, when we hit that 200 level, we usually get a bounce. So we're getting it right now. However, you can see this vertical trend line on a daily, and we're below it. That's going to act as resistance. And you could see where when we started, probably with this drop here below the 20, we started with a put, but you could see where the stop loss is at, right at 225.06. This is average true range. So it's just calculating it for us. Isn't that nice? So we could see that, hey, at 225.06, this really starts to change. And really what we're looking for is momentum to get above the zero line. And then for price, right, to get above this 20. And that's located at 231.94. Keep an eye on this. This looks like maybe a nice reshort with some confluence from the unusual whale activity, right? So we're looking for a nice little area because you have this drop. We usually get some consolidation before the next drop, right? We usually get 2 of those. So we'll see how that works out. When I look at it on a 4-hour, we're still underneath that 20. Nice rally back up today. This could still just be a great place to short. In fact, we have resistance right here at 226.45, maybe a couple more dollars. Think about that maybe going into the weekend. I actually was looking at HD. Had some puts on the books for unusual whales, but not a whole lot. Actually was looking at, you can see how on an hourly chart, right? This has just really been bearish. When is the trend going to change for, excuse me, when is the trend going to change for Home Depot here? We're right at, on a daily, we come right over to the pivot low. That was this morning. So we come over to the pivot low, which is that red dotted line. And we're taking a little bounce right here. This could be like a real short-term play to the upside. And where would our resistance be? Right over here, where this vertical trend line is. See this channel right here that we broke down at? That's going to act as resistance. So could this pop up to here and then travel back down? Absolutely. We're very far away from the 20. Remember that the market ebbs and flows. It's just a natural reaction, just like if you can think of the ocean, ebbs and flows. And if you can think of it that way and think about the ebbs and flows where support and resistance is, it's easier to digest, I think, for a lot of newer traders. But as you can see, we came down, almost hit that pivot low here at 381, and now we're popping back up. Doesn't mean that we're going to change our trend, but we could come right up to about 402. That could be a short-term trade there for HD. How about Uber? Let's take a look at Uber. Uber, wow, really a lot of consolidation right here, right? Looking actually pretty good. We have momentum rising, but still not above that zero line. We really need to get above this 67 level. Could we automate a trade? Absolutely. When we break above the 65 level for a trend change for Uber, I was taking a look at that. Saw a little bit of GME, believe it or not. I typically don't trade GameStop, but I love the movie. If you guys haven't seen it, it's great. I think it's called Dumb Money, by the way. Dumb Money. It's a great Netflix movie. If you got to live it, if you were there living that moment, if you look back in my old Twitter feed, options_Sandy, you could see some funny bits, but that was a real eye opener for the retail trader to learn how, hedge funds and other institutions short and utilize the amount of money that they have in order to basically move a stock's price from one direction to another. Really kind of a cool story if you get to watch it. So this actually looks good for a bounce. Look at this. So you could see that we come over to our 20 because we can't get too far away from it, right? And you could see that the 20 is rising here because price is rising. So as the 20 is rising, it's a lagging indicator. Price is bouncing, fake out, fake out, fake out, wherever there's support and resistance. And now you have another bounce here. GME looks awfully good for the type of activity that we've had in the market this last week with FOMC. I mean, it's really held its own. It's still in its consolidation channel that's been identified by this indicator from 26.15 all the way to 32.08. And could we take that little bounce right off of the 20, come right back up here to see if we do a double top, looks like a triple top, and possibly break that top? Little bit of calls coming into GME. Two big orders today. So I was looking at that as you can see the momentum, not like being straight down, but more of a sideways deal where it's gaining its energy. So this actually looks pretty good too. I'm kind of thinking about, let's see, do we like Tesla? Tesla actually breaking through here. Let me see what level this is at, 436. Oh, we're still on top of it today. Today, we actually need to break above this. What's our high here? Let's see. Our high is 445.33. 445.33. We still got a bit to go. We are on the 20, on the 15. I like to see short term. Really need to get above that 445 level. If we can get above the 445 level, another debit spread I would take, and you could do it an at the money trigger right at, let's see here. What's the blue? Blue is 445. That would be a nice trade that you could automate, but I think we'll take something different. Let me take a look at HD again. You could automate this one for 495. Kind of had some good momentum today, but again, this is not. Let me take a look at TQQQ. Had some money into calls in this ETF. This needs to really, a lot of these, names really, I mean, you could go through all your favorites, right? Let's go. In fact, let's do that really quick. Let me see if I can find something here. If we go over to Google, everything's at its 20. So this is actually a good shorting opportunity unless this gamma squeeze keeps going next week to get all those puts off the books. So I like this one. Google on 191.62. Ooh, we're right there. 191.62. If we went to 192, we got momentum just cresting here on the 1 hour. I like it. And then also this might come back and take a breather here at 189. All of these I would rather wait until the end of the day. I think I might do Tesla again, only because there's so much 440. Let's do let's see, what's the high here today? 444. Let's do 445 on Tesla. Let's do a debit spread, another debit spread for next Friday. We're going to automate the trade and go 445. So in order to do that, what we're going to do is just go over to your trade tab. We are going to go over to our December, let's see here. I was wondering, I was like, why does Tesla have all of these dates? That's not right. Okay, December 27th. Let's do December 27th. And look at how expensive it is, guys, if you wanted to buy a call on Tesla. $1,440 thereabouts. If we turn this into a vertical, it's 135. So what we're going to do is kind of use that 440, 442. Let's take the 120s here, the 442 to the 445. And we're really looking for Tesla to, let's do a single. Let's do the 440. Let me get rid of this one and just click here, make it easy. And what we're going to do is just stick this in by using the gear icon. Let me share that screen with you really quick, because I know this is always such a pain for me. Let's see here. So interesting how. There we go. I'm getting a little quicker at this. So what we do is we just come right down here and say, okay, Tesla, this is going to have a drop-down menu. What you want to use is just mark. It's the default setting. And then here, the first trigger that you see on this list is less than, and then the second one is greater than. So we're going to pick greater than. And you can always look down here as you're programming so that you could actually see it says greater than if you get a little insecure about that. And the threshold is really just the stock price. So I think we said 445. Is that what we said, guys? Let me take a quick gander here. I think we said 445 on this. Yes. So 445. If it breaks above 445, we're going to enter this trade. Now, it may not happen today. It could happen on Monday or Tuesday, right? So that's the beauty of it. And you don't have to watch it. So you're going to say, hey, buy the ask here. We're going to put, oh, this happened last time that I tried to use this. We're going to just save it right here. Okay. Now, when I save it, it's going to take it off. Now, when we buy the ask, we're just saying, hey, we're going to be aggressive buyers when we buy this debit spread. We're not going to give you any extra money to buy it, but we're going to be aggressive buyers. Okay. So buy the ask. Now, because I know that I have a problem with this drop-down menu when we're live streaming, I'm going to just save it here. I'm going to come over here and put good till cancel because I don't know when this is going to trigger, right? And since, and now I'm just going to hit confirm and send. And now it's giving me the dialog box. And let me show you that dialog box really quick here. I only have one. Ooh, I want to do this for 5. You can risk the amount, right? So when this triggers, I'm going to get into 5 of these debit spreads. Now, let me confirm this dialog box. Let me share that dialog box with you. You see how I'm actually coaching myself. So I remember that I have to switch windows. So as I share this with you, you can see max loss is 525. Max profit is 725. Okay. I'm going to do a 50-50. So if I lose 250 on the entire trade, I'm out. And if I make 250, I'm going to start trailing out, right? I'm going to start trimming my position and I'm going to, have it go higher and higher and higher as I have a couple more contracts left, just like I did with the Tesla for last week. Oh, I'm in the wrong account on this one. Let me change my account really quick. There we go. And now I'm in. All right, guys. So there you have it. We're going to do another automated order on Tesla. If you're into automation, I've created a masterclass on it, video on demand series. Very inexpensive. You also get me live on Zoom once a week on Wednesdays, 12 noon Eastern Standard Time to answer your questions as well as to go over other market conditions that may help you in your trading. That's tradingmadesimple.org/autopilot. Hope to see you soon. Hello, Kevin. How are you today?
Good, Sandra. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, TGIF.
Right? And happy holidays. Christmas is right around the corner.
I know. I can't believe it. I better get my tail to on Amazon to get some shopping done. I've been dealing with a pipe that burst under my driveway. Happy holidays to me.
Yeah, there you go. Nice Christmas present from your house. Well, I hope you can get that fixed. Definitely get on Amazon soon because I think they had a strike going. I don't know if that's still going yet.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear about the Amazon strike? A lot of warehouses?
No, I did not.
Yeah,
I was in overnight Amazon puts that were did very well, so that was all good. Got out
maybe
early.
that helped out.
Yeah, you never know. What are you going to be talking about today?
Today we're going to go over some futures. So this is our Futures Fever segment brought to you by Apex Trader Funding. I'm going to go over some trading tips and tricks. I'm going to go over some risk management. Sometimes some issues that traders do come into, but also some solutions to those issues. Then I'm also going to cover a trade that I took this morning, had a very good high probability setup. I'm going to go over how I found that setup to sort of give everybody an idea of how to find a strong move or high probability trade in the market.
Well, excellent. I look forward to watching it. Have a good day. See you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye. Hey traders, welcome back to Futures Fever. I'm your host, Kevin Dubriske, and do I have a great episode in store for you guys? I have some slides I put together with some information, some tips and tricks that I personally like to use and coach others to use in their trading, and it sort of helps keep everybody in line. So let's bring up the slideshow and we'll get in. Awesome. So Apex Trader Funding with Kevin Dubriske of TradingPioneers.net. The first slide is creating a foundation to your strategy. Now, guys, trading isn't just buying at an EMA, selling at an EMA. It's about creating a foundation, a system, something that we can back test, forward test, and get consistent results from. So first, we have to identify your goals. Long-term goals are great, but we need to take one step at a time. We can never compare where we are to the next person, and we need to keep our expectations realistic. So don't be going for $1,000 days, $500 days if you're just getting started. We need to slowly transition, right? First, get yourself used to taking losses. Maybe risk $70, $100, something that you're comfortable looking at your trade and drawdown, but not stressing over feeling like you have to stop out immediately. So choose your strategy choose your strategy style that fits your personality. Scalping, right? So that's for quick traders. If you feel like you're somebody that's usually on the edge of your seat, you like watching the market fast, you're in and out, that's how you're comfortable, then you might want to stick with a scalping strategy. Day trading, no positions held overnight, but you're holding for a longer move and usually a much larger move than a scalper would. And then, of course, swing trading. Are you more of a buy and hold investor? Whatever the case may be. Now, you can't swing trade with prop firms, Apex Trader included, so you would really only have to be a day trader or a scalper. But because the futures markets are open 23 hours a day, you can technically hold a move overnight if you buy it at, say, 7 p.m. Eastern and held it till market opens at 9:30 a.m. Eastern the next day, because it's still the same market day. So find the right tools. When it comes to charting software, make sure you're using something simple that you've used before or something that you can learn easily, sort of like TradingView. News and data sources, just like Benzinga, gives us quick, up-to-time, real-time data and resources, news, what's going on in the market. I think Benzinga is the one that alerted me. I saw a news article about those Amazon workers on strike. So it's really all about finding the right tools. Order flow as well. We want to know what's going on in the volume in the market, because market doesn't move on price action. The market doesn't move on smart money concepts, on supply and demand. The market moves off volume and the sense of supply and demand. Is there more buyers than sellers? Is there more sellers than buyers? And of course, finding the right broker or prop firm that meets your trading criteria. Risk management, we have to protect our capital. Guys, as traders, we're as much risk managers as we are traders. Every trade, we should know how much we're going to lose on that trade if it's a loss, because that's going to keep you in the game longer. Remember, I mentioned this is a long game, not a short game. So if we can say every trade, let's say you're on a 50K Apex account and the trail stop is 2,500 and you want to max risk $150 a trade. That's fantastic. It would take you over 10 wrong trades in a row to blow that account. Over 10. It would probably be, I think, about 13, just guesstimating here. I don't have a calculator at the moment. So position sizing. Position sizing is crucial for managing risk and protecting your account. It ensures you never lose more than you can afford on a single trade. Just like I mentioned, if you only risk X amount, then it doesn't matter if the trade is a win or loss. But then you have to remember, too, to have a good risk to reward ratio on it. If you're looking for a 3-to-1 consistently in the market and you're consistently risking 100 to make 300, then after 2 or 3 winning trades, you're up $600 to $900. You could take 3 losing trades and still be up $600. Having a stop loss is so important. This prevents emotional decision making, right? So this prevents us from going, oh, wait, I have to stop out. I have to reverse the trade. Nope. Once you enter a trade, one of 2 things can happen. It'll go to your stop loss or it'll go to your take profit, but everything in between is just noise. We have to have our plan before we can enter the market. Patience pays. High probability setups are so important. The market is known to take money out of the hands of the impatient and put it in the hands of the patient. Trade only A+ setups, focus on high probability trades that meet all your criteria, such as maybe key levels, confirmations, favorable market conditions. If you're better in a trending market, look for a trending market. If you see the ES and the NASDAQ are range bound, maybe look to see if gold and crude are starting to trend. That way you could really maximize your success and minimize your risk. Avoid overtrading. Overtrading often leads to poor decision making too. Guys, this is about the second or third time I'm bringing up decision making, whether it's good decision making or poor decision making. And what links back to our decision making is our emotional connection and aspect when it comes to trading. Whereas if you're following your system and your plan, you are going to find success consistently. You're journaling it, you're back testing it, forward testing it, you will find success. Just stay with the same plan. Structured routine is also very important. We have to establish a consistent trading schedule to create discipline and improve decision making in a focused time frame. So let's say you wake up, the New York session is 9:30 Eastern. Give yourself, wake up at 7:30 if you don't have to work beforehand. 7:30, that way you could wake up, eat some breakfast, shower, feel good, hit the charts, create your pre-market plan, and that way you're giving yourself time and not rushing yourself before the market opens. This also leads to a lot of extra success. I personally do a pre-market prep every morning from 8:30 to about 9, sometimes 9:15, and this gives me the upper hand and an edge in the market because then I'm able to look at what's really going on in the bigger picture. Execute, reflect, and improve. That's all we can do. So trading journal, log your entries, exits, reasoning, emotions, and results to identify patterns and improve decision making. In case you guys got the trend of this slideshow, decision making is so huge in our trading. We might not say it much or not even say it at all, but it is huge. Trading journal is also huge because that will give you the advantage to see what's working in your strategy and what's working in your system. Backtesting your strategy, analyze historical data to validate your approach and refine your setups for better consistency. So this again will help you get the advantage to say, okay, when I see my setup that is called setup A, B, and C, I see that setup A, B, and C works really well once we broke the previous day's high and we're in a trending market. Whereas when I take setup A, B, and C and we haven't broken previous day high, it tends to fail a lot more. This gives you the upper hand to say, okay, on the ones that work more frequently, I can maybe even start to size up on these. While the ones that don't work, I could either choose to size down or not even take those trades. Review weekly. A weekly review is so important. It's of course important to journal every day, but to go over the past week on, let's say you give yourself an hour on Saturday or Sunday to reflect on everything is so important. Assess your trades, identify mistakes, and adjust your rules to address recurring weaknesses. So you could see, do I get stopped out too often? Do I enter the trade too quickly? Is my stop loss too wide? Is my stop loss too tight? These are all things you should be consistently asking yourself to further improve your trading. And to stay disciplined. Focus on following your plan, maintaining emotional control, and prioritizing process over short-term outcomes. So again, trading is not a get-rich-quick scheme. We're not going to start trading and instantly become successful and get a $100,000 payout right out the bat. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes execution, reflect, and improvement. We always have to be improving, whether you have a week into trading or 5 years into trading or 20 years into trading. We're always improving and we're always looking back and reflecting on our trades because the market conditions are always changing. Now, if you do have any issues creating foundation, I am hosting a futures masterclass, 50% off discount Xmas. That's at tradingpioneers.net. There's only a limited amount of these coupons. I did want to give back to the Benzinga community for the holiday season, so I figured I would put this coupon out there for you guys. Tradingpioneers.net. It's an 8-week masterclass program. It's going to be live an hour to an hour and a half every Saturday, Q&A, and we're going to help build structure for you guys. So that's it on the slideshow. Now I want to show you guys the setup that I ended up taking in our live trade room that ended up working out very well. Now, the first thing I want to point out is we were coming into the market open. So this is the 15-minute time frame on the ES. And I saw that we were creating a basing candle out of this imbalance range. Now, an imbalance range is just that. It's sort of like what you would refer to as a fair value gap, right? An FVG. So we see it as the market retested it to balance itself and started moving higher. Now, a trade setup that I like to look for sometimes is I like to check to see how the market reacts to the opening range. Now, if the market's been very range bound, sometimes we'll get a double break. And what we can do is we could use this platform over here called Edgeful, and it tells us sort of the stats and the odds of us getting a double break or a single break. So I was looking at, this is the gap fill. I was looking at the opening range break, and this is the 15-minute opening range. So I'm going to let one candle form. So this is the first 15-minute candle of the day. Now, some other levels that I like to watch is the previous day low, which is this PDL, and the gap fill, which the gap fill is going to be at the 4 o'clock candle open. This is when the New York Stock Exchange hours market closes. So even though the futures do trade more throughout then, this is where the New York Stock Exchange closes. So previous day low, and then I also had the gap fill, very strong levels that I was watching. So now that I had my 15-minute candle, I was able to mark the high of it, and we'll make that, let's make that like a purple or something that sticks out to us. We'll make it a thick purple level. And then we'll do another one for the low, because now this is our 15-minute opening range. So when we look for a break, we would look for a breakout or a breakdown or a double break. A double break would give us a break below and then a break back to the high, or a break of the high and a break back down to the low. So because I was able to look at the statistics of the last 5 opening range break results, I saw that 4 out of the 5 past trading days on ES, right? Make sure this is the ES futures. We've had a double break 4 of the past 5 days, which gives me the idea that we probably have a better chance for another double break here. Now, we do have to remember we had news yesterday. We had FOMC the day prior. So this is a very strong move in the market to the downside. However, we all know that what goes up must come down. What goes down must come up sometimes. So I wasn't knocking longs out of the question. We have our opening range. I let it play out. And right away we see, I'm going to rewind that a little bit right there. I do apologize if you guys hear any of that barking in the back. It's always the little dogs. I think they're the loudest. So we got our break of the low of that range. I'm going to go back even one more candle. And something we also had today at 10 o'clock was we had the Michigan Sentiment Report. Now, that is a big report. It's not the biggest. It didn't give us a huge move like an FOMC or a PPI did. No, I'm not dog sitting. The dog sits me. She tells me when to enter and exit. But we got the break of the low. We haven't gotten the break of the high. So this gives me the thought that, okay, I should maybe look for longs. We're looking at a 15-minute time frame right now. I would then use a tool sort of like Bookmap, because Bookmap is my order flow tool. Remember, guys, it's not just about strategy. It's not just about system or levels. It's about looking at the order flow in the market as well. So I'm going to bring us down to the 5-minute, and I'm going to show you guys where exactly I ended up entering. Let's see. So here we had the news candle that sort of just shot us up, didn't really give us anything out of the ordinary, kept us quite range bound. Play it out another candle, we started to pull back. Now, if we looked at the NASDAQ as well at this point, we had some divergence. The NASDAQ made a new high of day. The ES did not make a new high of day. So we had divergence, which sometimes can signal a bit of a shift in market structure. However, this is a lower time frame divergence, so we would only really be looking for a pullback. Now, because we got the pullback, I ended up getting the entry long right here on this wick. Now, the reason and the way I was able to enter that long, this was around 59.10. Oh, please let me go back all the way. It does. Perfect. 59.10. And this was at 10.10, so we're able to go back right over here. Perfect. So we saw we had a very heavy level and we had our point of control. The point of control is where the strongest amount of volume was traded that day, because this is the session volume profile point of control. So because the point of control was moving up, I know that volume and buyers are starting to accept price at a higher point. So once we were able to come to this heavy level of liquidity and these sellers failed, we had a very strong negative delta that couldn't push us any lower. I was able to grab a long position right in the wick, and I was able to target just to that gap fill. I do believe I ended up taking profit at the opening range break, but the entry was very good because, again, it was a very tight entry, very tight stop loss, and that's what we look for. In trading, we have to look for things that we could repeat in the market. Now, what's great about this is the market ended up giving us a huge run afterwards, like a crazy, crazy trend. So this trade could have really netted and been a huge trade. If we let it play out, we see that the market continues to previous day high. Now, that's also why previous day high and previous day low are so important, because the market could sort of use these as higher time frame key levels. And that's what's going to help us get an idea of the price range that we're in. So because we already got back above previous day low on this gap fill and we had strong momentum, we could have then re-entered a long position with the momentum, with the tight stop loss, depending on how we were using bookmap, right? So we would find another level of support, just like right here, 59.30 ended up working as another level of support, which was the gap fill. It would have given us the opportunity to scalp this and trade it with some nice momentum, good volume, and great strength and good probabilities. And that's really what we like to look for in the market. Something else I was looking for. So, right, we saw the opening range break, the double breaks 4 of the past 5 days. And I saw the gap fill also filled 3 of the past 5 days. So because of this, along with gap stats in the past 6 months, us filling 61% of the time, things were definitely in my favor for at least this trade here. And that's sort of how we could find high probability setups and good setups we could take that are realistic. Like I mentioned before, we want to be realistic with our trading. Moves like this don't happen every day. This is a huge move. They very rarely happen. However, you'll notice a lot of times these moves will happen right after another move like that in the opposite direction, because the market needs to almost come back to rebalance itself. Now let's get off of the replay mode for a second and look at this. The market is still continuing higher. I personally had no levels of resistance until this 60.49. I did have this potential 6-hour supply zone right here, but as we see, and as I mentioned to a lot of people that I mentor, we didn't really have a strong move after the 6-hour supply zone. So if we go to our replay and we come back right here, we didn't have a strong move. The zone itself, and how do I know what's a strong move versus what's a weak move? Well, let's look at the wick. The wick is about 43 points. And now let's look at the move. The move's only about 80, 86. So it's only about double. Now, what I normally like to see is a much stronger move. Take a look at this 4-hour supply zone right here. This move compared to the wick, the move is about 200 points. The wick is about 20 points. Doesn't always have to be that huge of a difference. You know, it could sometimes be maybe a 4-to-1 on the zone to move ratio, but definitely want it to be stronger than something like this. Now, something I'm going to be looking for. Now let's go into some charting. Let's take a look and see what next week has in store for us. So let's take a look at the weekly time frame, do a top-down analysis. So looking at the weekly, we see that we swept a very strong level to the lows. That's this one right here. We're going to make that just a regular price level. And it looks like, obviously, we're going to be closing above this. This is 59.2625. There are a lot of people that were trying to short the ES, you know, thinking that we have this big old rising wedge and we're finally breaking out of it. It's time to short. And then they go short down here and the market wicks back up on them. This is exactly why trend is your friend. Forget all the trend lines, forget everything here. If you're just looking at the market and you're just looking at year to date, we've been bullish. There's no reason to think the market's crashing now. Look at this week. We had a strong wick and we continued and we pushed higher. Look at this week. We pulled back. the trend is our friend until we finally break some type of strong level of resistance. Like I said, like this level right here, if we closed below this level, that would be huge. We do still have 4.5 hours left in the market. We know that it could technically give us a crazy sell-off for those 4 hours. Anything's possible. But is it probable? I would go with no. I would definitely go with no on that one. Dixie selling off. We could take a look at the dollar. We could look at gold, whatever you guys want to look at. Guys, let me know in the comments what futures you guys trade, if you guys trade futures. And remember, too, if we're looking at ES, it's similar to looking at the SPY. So the ES is the future equivalent of the SPY. Now, something I noticed on the daily time frame was this inside candle. Now, this inside candle, this is a price action that I usually look for. This is a candlestick price action I usually look for at key levels, right? So whenever I look for any type of candlestick price action or pattern, I have to make sure it's associated with a key level. If it's not at any key levels or key spots of a reversal, I don't want it. Now, usually when we get this kind of candlestick where it's got a long upper wick, it's got the red body, and it looks like it wants to push back lower, we'll get the breakout, and then it'll fake out and head right back to that previous day high and reversed. Now, that's exactly what I was looking for this morning. It's exactly what we got right now. This is the daily time frame. Now, we can look at the 3 hour, the 4 hour, looking at these higher time frames. You know, there's no saying, let's go short up here. Look how strong this 4 hour time frame is. Look how strong the 2 hour time frame is. Absolutely, yo, absolutely. My pleasure. Happy to do this, guys. I hope you all have a great holiday. Don't forget, guys, tradingpioneers.net. I'm going to be doing my master class. You could save, see if I pull that up real quick, 50% off discount with code XMISS. There are about 10 of those coupons available. There are limited spots. Go to tradingpioneers.net and check out the packages. That will start January 4th, and that will run for about 8 weekends. All right, so we are again sort of basing. So something I noticed down here was we created this demand zone. So now we could start deleting some of our old levels and old zones, and we could prepare for next week. So I see that we have a demand zone right here. We're going to use this rectangle tool, and we're going to go to our template, and we're going to make that a demand zone. Now we're going to come to our price level again, go to our template and make that a demand 15 minutes. So everything's saved for me. I don't have to keep typing everything out. Nice and simple. Trading, we have to try to simplify and keep it as basic as we personally can so that we're not overcomplicating it for ourselves. We should never try to overcomplicate it. Now let's take a look at the 30-minute. Not really seeing much on the 30. And again, we don't really have much resistance other than all of these imbalances. But if we marked out all of these fair value gaps, guess what? We're running through them. So I wouldn't really be trying to short every fair value gap on the way up. That's personally why I like supply and demand a lot more, because it's usually based off of a higher time frame, and that gives me better conviction for those zones. Now, we've been on ES for a little bit. I know a lot of you guys like NASDAQ, so let's check out the NAS. I love NASDAQ. Let's go to our weekly, sort of do a higher time frame breakdown again. And let's see. So let's get rid of some older levels. Get rid of this. Keep an eye on. Look at this. I had a purple level, very strong key level. I even put little eye emojis next to it. That's how much of a strong level it was, and we held that as support. If we looked at it on probably the daily, very strong level, it was probably a demand zone or something, or maybe even a level on Bookmap. Remember, order flow is so important. Historically, we could see the volume traded at those levels unless we're at all-time highs. Now, NASDAQ also did not take out this low, whereas the ES did take out a pivot low over here. Could delete this level. We could delete, that's previous day low of the other day. We'll delete that fib. We'll delete this. And we'll put that back on here for now. So again, we had all these broken demand zones, and yet we ended up reversing anyways. Everybody's saying we got to short the pops. Today, shorts got squeezed. And look at this, NASDAQ still pushing higher right now, guys. Definitely on lower volume. So you see how the volume down here is starting to dry up. We almost have a trend line on the volume. So the only way that we could really look for longs to continue is, of course, if we have our afternoon rally, a power hour rally, or if we do finally get some stronger volume and push higher. All right. Let's take a look now. Quick rundown of crude and gold for you guys. Hope you are all having a fantastic Friday and have some good plans for the weekend. Now, crude was one that I was looking at this morning. Was it crude or gold? I believe it was gold I was looking at for shorts. But at that point, I noticed that shorts kept failing. So I saw on our way into this supply zone. So this is a supply zone, and this green zone on it is a broken demand zone. So whenever we have a higher time frame zone break, I personally like to use those as an area of interest, somewhere that I would like to see if this was demand before, could we use this as supply going forward? Now, that was not the case this time. Let's see, select bar. So we were over here, and what I was looking at was, even though we kept trying to sell, we kept trying to resist this big zone, every dip got bought. Every time sellers tried to step in, buyers took us back higher. That's sort of exactly what happened. Now, I was looking for a retest of the zone for shorts. It kept trying to break. It kept getting bought back up. It finally gave me a retest. But at this point in my retest, I said, guys, I'm going to take this, but I'm going to be very careful. It retested my supply zone. But I noticed and I acknowledge that we've been pushing higher. We've been making higher highs. We've been making higher lows. That's been the trend recently. So sort of a bit of a counter trend trade. It did end up smashing to my stop loss. However, it did continue higher. So that's why we have to respect our stop loss and only limit X amount per trade. Once you have a defined amount of risk, you will not blow your accounts. All right, guys, I hope this session helped you guys. Happy holidays. Have a great Christmas. Have a great holiday. Have a great New Year. Check me out at tradingpioneers.net. Check us out, obviously, Benzinga.com. Benzinga is a fantastic news outlet, great source for data and news. Take care, happy trading, and be well, everybody.